Om Shri Sai Ram. Humble pranams at the lotus feet of Bhagwan Baba. The Prashanti Digital Studio, in collaboration with Radio Sai, is pleased to offer this special CD set based on the popular book Veda Pushpanjali, available at the bookshop here in Prashanti Nilayam. Devotees coming to Prashanti Nilayam must have noticed that no important function or divine discourse starts without first a Vedic chant. They would also have seen extensive chanting of the Vedas during the Dasara celebrations. More recently, Veda chanting has become a regular part of the darshan, especially in the afternoons. Swami sits in his chair listening to the sonorous chants for extended periods, often lost in bliss.
Well, what exactly are these chants? What do they mean? Why does Swami seem to attach so much importance to them? This CD set seeks to provide answers to many of these questions that often arise in the minds of listeners, especially those unfamiliar with ancient texts.
This set consists of the following. First, there is a brief general introduction to the Upanishads and their philosophy. After this, we present the chants from the various Upanishads in succession. In every case, there is first a general introduction to the basic theme. After this comes the translations of the stanza or the verse chanted. When the chanting of a particular Upanishad concludes, there follows broader meaning and implications.
The items presented by us follow the order followed in the book Veda Pushpanjali. Thus, if the listener has the book by his or her side, the following would become easier.
We hope you like this offering, which we believe is a unique presentation. Thank you for listening, and we hope you benefit by it.
Before we get on to the chants from the various Upanishads, some background would be useful. The first thing we have to note is that the Upanishads go back thousands of years. Scholars have argued endlessly about the exact time period, but we shall not get into that debate. For us, the message is far more important. Well, what exactly is the message?
To appreciate better the essence of the message, it is useful to know a bit about the Vedas and their relationship to the Upanishads. Let us start with the Vedas.
Bhagwan Baba says that the Vedas are the most ancient amongst the world's religious scriptures and represent a vast storehouse of wisdom. What is chanted as Vedas is essentially a compilation of bits and pieces of supreme knowledge as revealed to the sages while they were in meditation. Divine revelations are not all that unusual and have occurred at various times to various people in various places. But what is unique about the Vedas is that the hymns have a powerful tonal quality, so much so, even listening to the sounds without understanding the meaning produces stirring vibrations in the listener.
The revelations accumulated over a period of time, in due course, got classified into 4 major Vedas. The Vedas comprise of basic and diverse satellite texts, and those that came later in time were highly philosophical in content. Because they came at the end, they are collectively referred to as Vedanta, the suffix denoting the later appearance. What is popularly referred to as Vedanta actually consists of texts called Upanishads. In other words, the Upanishads represent the culmination of the Vedas. There are many Upanishads, but scholars consider 10 of them to be the most important ones. Our CD will feature verses from some of the major Upanishads.
Swami has often given the meaning of the word Upanishad. Literally, it means to sit down near. Who sits near to whom? The disciple sits near the Guru. And then what? The disciple absorbs wisdom and becomes enlightened. This is the outward meaning. The deeper meaning is that the individual must move nearer and nearer to the true inner self. The individual as Swami often reminds us, is an embodiment of the eternal Atma, that is to say, Atma cloaked in a mind and a body. This combination is also referred to as the Jivatma.
The Upanishads help the Jivatma to embark on a voyage of discovery. Discovery of what? The Jivatma's true nature. And what is that true nature? The pure, unadorned, unembodied and infinite Atma. As Professor Radhakrishnan says, the Atma is what remains when everything that is not the true self is discarded. Sadhana is the process by which the Jivatma discards all the unnecessary trappings that cloud the Atma.
Before we move on to the individual Upanishads and the chants from them, it would be well to remember that the Upanishads represent the highest truth, whose value has been recognized by scholars the world over. Professor Radhakrishnan quotes the Greek scholar Plotinus, who long ago independently observed, "One that seeks to penetrate the nature of the divine mind must see deep into the nature of his own soul, into the divinest point of himself. He must first make abstraction of the body, then of the lower soul which built up that body, then of all the faculties of the sense, of all desires and emotions, and every such triviality, of all that leans towards the mortal. What is left after this abstraction is the part we describe as the image of the divine mind, an emanation preserving some of that divine light."
No one can deny that this is a remarkable and independent perception of the essence of the Upanishadic truth. But the fact remains that the Upanishads outweigh in sheer quantity as well as depth the insight gained by seekers elsewhere. This is not to comment adversely on other philosophical traditions. Rather, it is a fact of history that in ancient India, seeking the inner self literally became a way of life for a very large number of people. Thus, it is that Max Muller, to whom Swami often makes references, says, "It is surely astounding that such a system as Vedanta should have slowly been elaborated by the indefatigable and intrepid thinkers of India thousands of years ago. A system that even now makes us feel giddy, as in mounting the last steps of the swaying spire of a Gothic cathedral. None of our philosophers, including Heraclitus, Plato, Kant, or even Hegel, had ventured to erect such a spire. In the beginning there was but one, and in the end also there will be but one, whether we call it Atma or Brahman."
With this general introduction, we now turn to the contents of the book Veda Pushpanjali.
Ganesha Prarthana. We now present the first part of Veda Pushpanjali, which is called Ganesha Prarthana, or the worship of Lord Ganesha.
Om Gananam Tva Ganapatigum Havamahe Kavim Kavinamupamastravastamam Jeshtarajam Brahmanam Brahmanaspata Anashrinvannodibhissedasadanam.
I pray to you, the Lord of groups of demigods, who removes obstacles. You are omniscient with complete knowledge. You know more than anybody else. I have come to you, recognizing your greatness. You are the Emperor of emperors. You are yourself Brahma. I have propitiated you with my chanting of adoring hymns. I salute you for the fulfillment of my desires. You are the highest treasure among all treasures. You grant your devotees both treasure of food and the treasure of wisdom.
Prano Deve Saraswati Vachebhar Vajinivate Dhenama Vitriyavato Ganeshaya Namaha Saraswatyai Namaha Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om.
We invoke Saraswati, the goddess of speech. May she be pleased with us and inspire our intelligence. Prostrations to Ganesha, Saraswati and Shri Guru.
Ghanapatam.
Om Gananam Tva Tva Gananam Gananam Tva Ganapadim Ganapadim Tva Gananam Gananam Tva Ganapadim Tva Ganapadim Ganapadim Tva Tva Ganapadigum Havamahe Havamahe Ganapadim Tva Tva Ganapadigum Havamahe Ganapadigum Havamahe Havamahe Ganapadim Ganapadigum Havamahe Kavim Kavigum Havamahe Ganapadim Ganapadigum Havamahe Kavim Ganapatimiti Ganapadim Havamahe Kavim Kavigum Havamahe Havamahe Kavim Kavinam Kavinam Kavigum Havamahe Havamahe Kavim Kavinam Kavim Kavinam Kavinam Kavim Kavim Kavinam Upamasravastamam Upamasravastamam Kavinam Kavim Kavim Kavinam Upamasravastamam Kavinam Upamasravastamam Upamasravastamam Kavinam Kavinam Upamasravastamam Upamasravastamamityupamasravaha tamam Jeshtarajam Brahmanam Brahmanam Jeshtarajam Jeshtarajam Brahmanam Brahmano Brahmano Brahmanam Jeshtarajam Jeshtarajam Brahmanam Brahmanaha Jeshtarajamiti Jeshta Rajam Brahmanam Brahmano Brahmano Brahmanam Brahmanam Brahmanaspate Pade Brahmano Brahmanam Brahmanam Brahmanaspate Brahmanaspate Pade Brahmano Brahmanaspada Apade Brahmano Brahmanaspata A Pada Apate Pada Anona Apate Pada Anaha Anona Ana Shrinvan Shrinvan Na Ana Shrinvan Na Shrinvan Shrinvan No Na Shrinvan No Debe Ro Debe Shrinvan No Na Shrinvan No Debe He Shrinvan No Debe Ro Debe Shrinvan Shrinvan No Debe Seda Sedo Debe Shrinvan Shrinvan No Debe Seda O Debe Seda Sedo Debe Ro Debe Seda Sadanagum Sadanagum Sedo Debe Ro Debe Seda Sadanam Ute Beretyode Bhihi Seda Sadanagum Sadanagum Seda Seda Sadanam Sadanamide Sadanam Prano na praprano deve deve na praprano deve no deve deve no no deve saraswate saraswate deve no no deve saraswate deve saraswate saraswate deve deve saraswate vajebir vajebir saraswate deve deve saraswate vajebih Saraswati Vajebir Vajebir Saraswati Saraswati Vajebir Vajinivati Vajinivati Vajebir Saraswati Saraswati Vajebir Vajinivati Vajebir Vajinivati Vajinivati Vajebir Vajebir Vajinivati 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 Dhinama vitriya vitriya dhinam Dhinama vitriya vatva vatva vitriya dhinam Dhinama vitriya vatu Avitriya vatva vatva vitriya vitriya vatu Avatritya vatu
Ganapati Atharva Shirsham.
Bhadram Garnebhih Shrunuyama Devaah Bhadram Vashyemakshabhiryajatraah स्थिरैरङ्गैस्तुष्टुवागुंसस्तनूभिः व्यशेम देवहितं यदायुः स्वस्ति न इन्द्रो वृद्धश्रवाः स्वस्ति नः पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्ताक्षो अरिष्ठनेमिः स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्ददातु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ नमस्ते गणपतये त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं तत्त्वमसि त्वमेव केवलं कर्तासि त्वमेव केवलं धर्तासि त्वमेव केवलं हर्तासि त्वमेव सर्वं खल्विदं ब्रह्मासि त्वं साक्षादात्मासि नित्यम्.
In the name of Lord Ganesha, we start our reading of Ganapati Atharva Shirsha. Atharvan Rishi, who has had the darshan, the direct experience of Lord Ganesha, has conveyed these in poetic form so that we can benefit from it. It is customary to invoke the name of Lord Ganesha before beginning anything. Atharvan Rishi states, O Lord Ganesha, I pay my hearty homage to you, the Lord of the Devas, Ganas. You are the first facet of the Brahma Tattva to arise. You have alone created this entire universe. You alone can maintain this universe. You alone can destroy this universe. You are indeed the all-conquering Supreme Lord. Indeed, you are the Atma.
ऋतं वच्मि सत्यं वच्मि.
I speak noble words. I speak the truth.
अवत्वं माम् अववक्तारम् अवश्रोतारम् अवदातारम् अवधातारम् अवानोचानमवशिष्यम् अवपश्चात्तात् अवपुरस्तात् अवोत्तरात्तात् अवदक्षिणात्तात् अवचोर्ध्वात्तात् अवाधरात्तात् सर्वतो मां पाहि पाहि समन्तात्.
Protect me. Protect the one who extols you. Protect all who hear about your benevolent nature. Protect me, the one who worships you. Protect all the disciples who are under tutelage. Protect me from the obstacles, from the east. Protect me from the west, north and south. Protect me from above and below. Protect me from all directions.
त्वं वाङ्मयस्त्वं चिन्मयः त्वमानन्दमयस्त्वं ब्रह्ममयः त्वं सच्चिदानन्दाद्वितीयोऽसि त्वं प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्मासि त्वं ज्ञानमयो विज्ञानमयोऽसि.
You are the master of speech. You are joy and immortal consciousness. You are truth, mind and bliss. One without a second. You are none other than divinity. You are the knowledge of the gross and subtle aspects of truth.
सर्वं जगदिदं त्वत्तो जायते सर्वं जगदिदं त्वत्तस्तिष्ठति सर्वं जगदिदं त्वयि लयमेष्यति सर्वं जगदिदं त्वयि प्रत्येति त्वं भूमिरापो नलो निलो नभः त्वं चत्वारः चत्वारिवाक्पदानि.
The whole universe emerges from you. All the universe are sustained by you. All the universe merges in you. You alone are earth, water, fire, air and sky. You are the four types of speech and the root source of sound.
Tvam gunatrayatitaha, tvam avasthatrayatitaha, tvam dehatrayatitaha, tvam kalatrayatitaha, tvam mooladharastitosi nityam, tvam shaktitrayatmakaha, त्वां योगिनो ध्यायन्ति नित्यं. त्वं ब्रह्मा त्वं विष्णुस्त्वं रुद्रस्त्वमिन्द्रस्त्वमग्निस्त्वं वायुस्त्वं सूर्यस्त्वं चन्द्रमास्त्वं ब्रह्म भूर्भुवः सुवरो. गणादीं पूर्वमुच्चार्य वर्णादींस्तदनन्तरम् अनुस्वारः परतरः अर्धेन्दुलसितं तारेण रुद्धम् एतत्तव मनुस्वरूपम्.
You are beyond the three gunas. You are beyond the three states of being. You transcend the three bodies. You are beyond the past, present and future. You always reside in the Mooladhara Chakra. You are the triune power. Sages always meditate on you. You are the creator, sustainer, destroyer, the lord of the three worlds, fire, air, sun, moon. You are all-inclusive and all-pervading.
Gakarah purvarupam, akaro madhyamarupam, anuswaraschantyarupam, binduruttara-rupam, nadasandhanam, sagumhita sandhihi, saisha ganesha vidya, Ganaka Rushihi, Nishrat Gayatri Chandaha, Ganapatir Devata, Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha.
After describing the characteristics and cosmic attributes of Lord Ganesha, Atharvan Rishi gives us the sacred Ganesh Vidya, that is, the mantra which reveals the sacred form of Lord Ganesha. The letter G is to be enunciated, followed by N. This one-word mantra is then potentiated with the pranava, that is Om, the sacred mantra. In order to make it simpler, Atharvan Rishi presents the above in an easier fashion. G is the first part, N is the middle and end. The formed by the bindu is conjoined with the foregoing, and all of them form the sacred word. This mantra, if pronounced properly, has the power of revealing the divine Lord Ganesha. The sage who receives this mantra is Ganaka, and the meter is Nishrat Gayatri. The deity is Ganapati. Om Gang Ganapati, my salutations to you. Saying thus, the devotee should bow to the Lord.
Ekadantaya vidmahe vakratundaya dhimahi tanno dantih prajotayat.
I meditate on the single-tusked Lord with his curved trunk. May he grant knowledge and inspire me. This is the Ganesh Gayatri.
Ekadantam jadurhastam pachamangushadharinam radam chavaradam hastair vibranam moshekadhvajam रक्तं लम्बोदरं शूर्पकर्णकं रक्तवाससं रक्तगन्धानुलिप्ताङ्गं रक्तपुष्पैर्सुपूजितम् भक्तानुकम्पिनं देवं जगत्कारणमच्युतम् आविर्भूतं च सृष्ट्यादौ प्रकृतेः पुरुषात् परम् एवं ध्यायति यो नित्यं स योगी योगिनां वरः.
The Saguna form of Lord Ganesha is presented in the above shloka. I salute the Lord who is single-tusked, having 4 hands, the upper right carrying binding rope, the upper left holding the goad. The mouse on his banner is his vehicle. He is blood red in color, pot-bellied. He has elephant ears and wears red clothes. He is smeared with red sandalwood and decorated with red flowers. He is eternally blessing his devotees and has been in existence even before the cosmos materialized. He is beyond Prakriti and Purusha and is the creator of all. One who meditates on him constantly is a supreme yogi.
नमो व्रातपतये नमो गणपतये नमः प्रमथपतये नमस्ते अस्तु लम्बोदराय एकदन्ताय विघ्ननाशिने शिवसुताय वरदमूर्तये नमः.
Salutations to you, Lord of all deities, Ganas and all beings. Salutations to the pot-bellied one who is single-tusked, who destroys all obstacles, son of Shiva, the divine Lord who grants boons. We bow to you, taking your name.
That brings to an end Ganesha Prarthana together with the translation and the literal meaning. Thus far the chants were in slow speed. We now present them again at normal speed.
केवलं हर्तासि त्वमेव सर्वं कल्विदं ब्रह्मासि त्वं साक्षादात्मासि नित्यं ऋतं वच्मि सत्यं वच्मि अववक्तारम् अवश्रोतारम् अवदातारम् अवधातारम् शिष्यम् अवपश्चात् अवपुरस्तात् अवोत्तरात् अवदक्षिणात् अवचूर्ध्वात् अवाधरात् सर्वतो मां पाहि पाहि समन्ता त्वं वाङ्मयत्वं चिन्मयः त्वमानन्दमयस्त्वं ब्रह्ममयः त्वं सच्चिदानन्दाद्वितीयोऽसि त्वं प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्मासि त्वं ज्ञानमयो विज्ञानमयोऽसि सर्वं जगदिदं त्वत्तो जायते सर्वं जगदिदं त्वत्तस्तिष्ठति सर्वं जगदिदं त्वयि लयमेष्यति जगदिदं त्वयि प्रत्येति त्वं भूमिरापो नलो निलो नभः त्वं चत्वारि वाक्पदानि त्वं गुणत्रयातीतः त्वम् अवस्थात्रयातीतः त्वं देहत्रयातीतः त्वं कालत्रयातीतः मूलाधारस्थितोऽसि नित्यं त्वं शक्तित्रयात्मकः त्वां योगिनो ध्यायन्ति नित्यं त्वं ब्रह्मा त्वं विष्णुस्त्वं रुद्रस्त्वमिन्द्रस्त्वमग्निस्त्वं वायुस्त्वं सूर्यस्त्वं चन्द्रमास्त्वं ब्रह्मभूर्भुवः सुवरो गणादीं पूर्वमुच्चार्य वर्णादीं तदनन्तरम् अनुस्वार परतरः अर्धेन्दुलसितं तारेण रुद्धम् एतत्तव मनुस्वरूपं गकार पूर्वरूपम् अकारो मध्यमरूपम् अनुस्वारश्चान्त्यरूपम् बिन्दुरुत्तररूपम् नादः सन्धानम् सगुम्भिता सन्धिः सैषा गणेश विद्या गणक ऋषिः निसृद्गायत्री छन्दः गणपतिर्देवता ॐ गं गणपतये नमः एकदन्ताय विद्महे वक्रतुण्डाय धीमहि तन्नो दन्ति प्रचोदयात् एकदन्तं चतुर्हस्तं पाशमङ्कुशधारिणं रथं च वरदं हस्तैर्बिभ्राणं मूषिकध्वजं रक्तं लम्बोदरं शूर्पकर्णकं रक्तवाससं रक्तगन्धानुलिप्ताङ्गं रक्तपुष्पैर्सुपूजितं भक्तानुकम्पिनं देवं जगत्कारणमच्युतम् आविर्भूतं च सृष्ट्यादौ प्रकृते पुरुषात् परम् एवं ध्यायति यो नित्यं स योगी योगिनां वरः नमो व्रातपतये नमो गणपतये नमः प्रमथपतये नमस्ते अस्तु लम्बोदराय एकदन्ताय विघ्ननाशिने शिवसुताय वरदमूर्तये नमः.
That concludes the normal speed of the prayer to Lord Ganesha. Let us now examine a bit deeper into what exactly this prayer stands for.
Vedic chants invariably commence with the offering of salutations to and the praise of Lord Ganesha. We are of course quite used to invoking the name of Ganesha before commencing any auspicious activity. We have seen this any number of times in Prashanti Nilayam. But what exactly is the inner significance of this procedure? Swami has explained.
For almost all of us, Ganesha is a particular god with a particular form, namely with the face of an elephant, the body of a human being, and with 4 hands instead of 2 that humans have. Ganesha is described as the son of Lord Shiva, and there are stories that describe how Ganesha got the unusual form that he is supposed to have. All that is symbolism associated with rituals. But there is a deeper meaning behind all this. Incidentally, scholars have noted that often there is a mixture of abstract philosophy with rituals, and that the substantive part is philosophy. That also will be our outlook. We shall stress the philosophical aspects rather than the details associated with the ritualistic part.
Let us start with the basic question: why give God a form if he is truly formless? Krishna has answered that, and so has Swami. Basically, it is all a matter of psychological convenience. For ordinary people, it is difficult to meditate on the infinite and the formless. Thus, in ancient India, they recommended that those who are in the early stages of spiritual evolution could start off by imagining that God has form. As Swami says, when someone points at something with a finger, one first looks at the pointed finger and then only turns to the object pointed out. God with form, says Swami, is like the pointing finger. It is a guidepost. Once it has served its purpose, it can be dispensed with. However, it takes a lot of effort to turn one's attention from the finger to the object pointed out. Swami has also compared the worship of God with form to the use of flotation aids used while learning to swim. Once one is able to swim well, these flotation aids can be dispensed with. In spirituality, what this means is that one must first mature in bhakti before seeking the one without any form.
Having said this, the question next arises, why so many forms? Swami has the answer. Basically, it is a matter of total freedom of choice. As Baba puts it, Westerners have questioned why we create different names and forms while God is only one. They think we ought to have only one name and one form. Citizens of ancient India always liked to move closer and closer to God. They therefore created more and more names which are appropriate to God. Each individual gave a name that pleased him most. It is not correct to prescribe uniformity. God resides and shines in all hearts, and each individual, depending upon his picture of the effulgent God within him, has the right to adopt the particular aspect of God that appeals most to him.
We hope that makes clear how unity and diversity coexist when it comes to the names and forms of God. Turning now to Lord Ganesha, we shall not discuss the unusual form, which is a hybrid of an elephant and a human. Swami has done that many times. Instead, we shall focus on why Ganesha is prayed to at the beginning of every auspicious occasion.
The basic idea here is that no function must start without first invoking first the name of God and offering prayers to Him. Ancient Indians realized that if one merely gave an instruction like, always start first with a prayer to God, it would be easily forgotten. Instead, a special ritual was created and also a special form given to the God to be prayed to. That God is Vinayaka, another name for Ganesha. It was further emphasized that Vinayaka is particularly kind in eliminating obstacles that might come in the way of the activity started. When it was put this way, ordinary people never fail to pray at start, no matter what the function.
By the way, who exactly is this Vinayaka? Swami has explained that too. He says that Vinayak means V plus Nayaka. Nayaka means leader, and Vinayaka means one who has no leader above him. Who is that? God, of course. What it all boils down to in practice is that worship of Vinayaka, Ganesha, call him what you will, amounts really to the worship of God.
We hope this makes clear why all functions start with a prayer to Lord Ganesha, who is none other than Vinayaka, who is none other than God Almighty.
The prayer to Lord Ganesha over, we now start with the presentation of excerpts from the various Upanishads, starting with the Narayana Upanishad. In this chant, 5 shlokas or hymns are presented, and they are in praise of Lord Narayana.
Narayana is a generic name for God Almighty, the Supreme One. He should not be confused with being a Hindu god. As Swami often says, names are many, but God is one, and He is omnipresent. Narayana happens to be one of these names used by the sages of ancient India.
The Upanishads proclaim some very important truths. The first is, that which is permanent is beyond creation. It always exists. It cannot be either created or dissolved.
The second is an obvious corollary. It is, that which is temporary cannot ever be permanent.
The third follows readily. That which is permanent cannot be cognized by that which is temporary.
This is a very important point. Swami often reminds us that man is a combination of the three entities, the body, the mind, and the Atma. Of these, the body, which is the microcosm of the physical universe, is temporary. The individual mind is a part of the cosmic mind, also referred to as Hiranyagarbha. It too is temporary in the sense it is below creation. However, the Atma, as everyone knows, is eternal.
The message is thus clear. God cannot be cognized via the body or even the ever so powerful mind. It is only the heart that can cognize God. In that case, what role, if any, is there for the body and the mind? Why has God given us them? That too has been made clear by Swami. He says that in life, the body and the mind must together play a role subservient to the Atma. In other words, life must be lived in accordance with the dictates of the Atma. And this is what Atma Dharma, so dear to Swami, is all about. If that is done, God can be cognized.
Any practical guidelines? Yes, and Swami has given them too. He says, avoid bad company, seek good company. Always see good, always be good and do good.
We tend to think we know what is meant by good only in a limited sense. In his divine discourse, delivered on Christmas Day 2003, Swami raised the definition of good to an unusually high level. Good is that which helps man to become truly liberated and cognize God. Anything that comes in the way must be considered not desirable, even if it might appear to be superficially so. In particular, delusions belong to this category. Delusions arise when the senses, the body, and the mind act independent of the Atma, creating the impression that what is temporary is permanent. For example, people seek fame, thinking it would make them immortal. No, it will not. Thus said Swami on that Christmas day, true sadhana is that which dispels delusion.
Narayana Upanishad, as presented here, consists of 5 crisp stanzas, but in a sense they tell everything. They are in adoration of Lord Narayana, who is none other than God Almighty, worshipped via different names by people belonging to different faiths. Religions may be many, but God is only one. As Swami puts it often, truth is one, but scholars refer to it by many names. We invite you now to experience the bliss of the Narayana Upanishad.
Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Saha Vedyam Karavavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Adha Purusho Havai Narayano Kamayata Prajasrjeyete. Narayanat prano jayate manas sarvendriyani cha kham vayujyotirapa prithvi vishwasya dharini. Narayanat brahma jayate Narayanat Rudro Jayate Narayanat Indro Jayate Narayanat Prajapataya Prajayante Narayanat Dvadashaditya Rudra Vasava Sarvani Cha Chanda Gumsi. Narayana Deva Samutpadyante नारायणे प्रवर्तन्ते नारायणे प्रलीयन्ते.
The Supreme Person Narayana willed to create beings. From that Narayana emerged the life principle, mind, all the senses, sky, mind, fire, water and earth. They combined to form the universe. Brahma, Maharudra, Indra and all the Prajapatis emerged from Narayana. Even the 12 Adityas, the 11 Rudras, the 8 lords of directions, Vasus, all the Vedas and all types of wealth were born from Narayana. All things and beings emerged from Narayana. Everything is sustained by him and ultimately merges in him. This is what we learn from the first part of Rig Veda.
Om Adhanityo Narayanaha Brahma Narayanaha Shivascha Narayanaha Shakrascha Narayanaha Dyava Prithivyo cha Narayanaha Kalascha Narayanaha Dishascha Narayanaha Urdhvascha Narayanaha Adhascha Narayanaha Andarbahishcha Narayanaha Narayana evedagum sarvam Yat bhutam yatcha bhavyam Nishkalo niranjano nirvikalpo nirakhyada Shuddho deva eko narayanaha Nadvitiyoste kaschit Ya evam veda Sa Vishnureva bhavati Sa Vishnureva bhavati.
Narayana is the eternal principle. Brahma is Narayana. Shiva and Indra are Narayana. The earth and the heaven are Narayana. Time and directions are Narayana. The upper and the lower worlds are Narayana. Narayana forms the inner as well as the outer worlds. Everything is the manifestation of Narayana. The past is Narayana. The future is Narayana. Narayana is blemishless, pure, ever blissful and non-dual. There is nothing which is not Narayana. Narayana is the very supreme self, the one without the second. Narayana and Vishnu pervade the whole universe. It is Narayana alone who exists. This is what we hear from the first part of Yajurveda.
Om ityagre vyaharet nama iti paschat Narayanayetyuparishthad Om ityekaksharam nama iti dve akshare Narayana-yeti pancha-akshārāṇi Edadvai Narayanasya-ashthāksharam padam Yoha vai Narayanasya-ashthāksharam padamadhyete Anapabhrava sarvamayurete Vindate prajapatyagum rayasposham gaupatyam Tato mritatvamashnuta iti ya evam veda.
The primordial sound Om has to be uttered first, followed by Namo. Then comes meditation on Narayana. Om is single-lettered, Namo is two-lettered, and Narayana is five-lettered word. These together form the eight-lettered mantra Om Namo Narayana. This eight-lettered mantra is the king among the mantras. Those who chant this mantra with sincere faith and devotion will attain good health, long life, and prosperity. They will also attain the status of Prajapati. They attain the immortal state of Narayana himself. This is what is declared in Samaveda.
Pratyaganandam Brahma Purusham Pranavaswarupam Akara Ukara Makara Iti Tane Gadha Samabhara Tadedadumiti Yamuktva Muchyate Yogi Janma Samsara Bandhanat Om Namo Narayanaayeti Mandropasakaha Vaikundha Bhuvana Lokam Gamishyati Tadidam Param Pundarikam Vijnanaghanam Tasmat Tadidavan Matram Brahmanyo Devaki Putro Brahmanyo Madhusudano Sarva Bhudastamekam Narayanam Karana Rupamakara Para Brahmo Etadadharva Shiro Yodhete.
Pranava is made up of 3 syllables, A, U, and M. Pranava is verily the life principle. Pranava is supreme bliss. It is the supreme state of Brahma or Atma. The masters of yoga who know this adore the Pranava, chanting Om, and attain the abode of liberation. Such yogis break the bonds of birth, life, and death. Those who adore the mantra Om Namo Narayanaya will attain the supreme abode, Vaikuntha. Narayana is Parabrahma. His seat is the lotus of the heart. Knowledge of this Lord is highest wisdom. This wisdom shines like lightning. Shri Krishna, the son of Devaki, is the very embodiment of Brahma. He is also adored as Madhusudana. He resides in all beings. He is the fundamental basis of everything. He himself is causeless. He is the causeless cause of everything. This is what is pronounced in the first part of Atharva Veda.
Prataradheyano ratrikritam papam nashayati Sayamadheyano divasakritam papam nashayati Madhyam dinamadityaabhimukho dheyana Panchapatakopapatakaat pramuchyate Sarva Veda Parayana Punyam Labhate Narayana Sayujyamavapnoti Narayana Sayujyamavapnoti Ya evam Veda Ityupanishad.
This Upanishad is the beautiful crest jewel of the essence of the 4 Vedas. If this Upanishad is chanted in the morning, it destroys the sins committed in the previous night. If it is chanted in the evening, it removes the sin committed in the day. If it is chanted at noon, it pulverizes the 5 great sins. One who chants this Upanishad will attain the merit of the study of the Vedas and ultimately attains oneness with Narayana.
That concludes the slow chant of the Narayana Upanishad. We now present the same chants at normal speed.
Atha purusho havai narayana kamayata prajasrije yeti Narayanat prano jayate manas sarvendriyani cha samvayurjyotirapa prithvi vishwasya dharini Narayanat brahma jayate निष्कलो निरञ्जनो निर्विकल्पो निराख्यातः शुद्धो देव एको नारायणः न द्वितीयोऽस्ति कश्चित् एवं वेद स विष्णुरेव भवति स विष्णुरेव भवति ओमित्यग्ने ब्राह्मणे नम इति पश्चात् नारायणायेतु परिष्टा ओमित्येकाक्षरं नम इति द्वे अक्षरे नारायणायेति पञ्चाक्षराणि एतद्वै नारायणस्याष्टाक्षरं पदम् यो ह वै नारायणस्याष्टाक्षरं पदमध्येति अनप्रभव सर्वमायुरेति विन्दते प्राजापत्यगुं रागस्पोषं गौपत्यम् ततो मृतत्वमश्नुते ततो मृतत्वमश्नुत इति य एवं वेदात्यगानन्दं ब्रह्म पुरुषं प्रणवस्वरूपम् अकार उकार मकार इति तानेकदा समभरत्तते ततोमिति यमुक्त्वामुच्यते योगी जन्म संसार बन्धनात् ॐ नमो नारायणायेति मन्त्रोपासकः वैकुण्ठ भुवन लोकं गमिष्यति असिदं परं पुण्डरीकं विज्ञानगणं तस्मात् तदिदावन्मात्रं ब्रह्मण्यो देवकी पुत्रो ब्रह्मण्यो मधुसूदनो सर्वभूतस्थमेकं नारायणं कारणरूपमकार परब्रह्मो एतदधर्वशिरो यो धीते प्रातरधीयानो रात्रिकृतं पापं नाशयति सायमधीयानो दिवसकृतं पापं नाशयति आद्यन्दिनमादित्याभिमुखो धीयान पञ्चपातकोपपातकात् प्रमुच्यते सर्ववेद पारायण पुण्यं लभते नारायण सायुज्यमवाप्नोति नारायण सायुज्यमवाप्नोति य एवं वेद इत्युपनिषद् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः.
That concludes the normal speed chant of select slokas from the Narayana Upanishad. We proceed next to Taittiriya Upanishad.
Taittiriya Upanishad. We shall now present chants of hymns from some of the main Upanishads, starting with the Taittiriya Upanishad. But before that, a few general remarks. Now, about Upanishads in general, this is what Bhagwan Baba says. Quote, "The Upanishads are not the products of human intelligence. They are whisperings of God to man. The Upanishads are authentic and authoritative as they share the glory of the Vedas. They are 1180 in number, but through the centuries, many of them have disappeared from human memory, and only 108 have now survived. Of these, 13 have attained great popularity as a result of the depth and value of their contents. Shankaracharya raised the status of 10 among all the available Upanishads by selecting them for writing his commentaries, and that is how they became important. Humanity stands to fall or gain by these 10." Unquote.
The Taittiriya Upanishad is one of these 10 chosen by Adi Shankara. It is a part of the Yajur Veda, one of the 4 Vedas, a part known as the Krishna Yajur Veda.
This Upanishad consists basically of 3 parts, each referred to as a Valli. The 3 parts are Sikshavali, Anandavali, and Bhriguvali. The first part is essentially connected with the theoretical knowledge of the scriptures. Mere theory is of no use, and God has to be experienced. Then alone would one know what Ananda or bliss is. But bliss cannot be experienced by one who is in the grip of ignorance. So the first task in moving towards bliss is to get rid of ignorance. Part 2 deals with this all-important topic. Part 3 is in the form of a dialogue between sage Varuna and his son Bhrigu and deals with the knowledge of the Supreme or Brahman.
There is a legend about how the Taittiriya Upanishad came into existence that goes as follows. Swami also refers to this in his Upanishad Vahini.
It appears that sage Vaishampayana was teaching the Vedas to his disciples. In the process, he became displeased with one of his disciples named Yagnavalkya and asked him to return the knowledge imparted. The disciple promptly regurgitated the knowledge he received from his guru, being mixed up with the vomit. Not wanting the knowledge to go waste, 3 other disciples who were present assumed the form of the Taittiriya bird, partridge, and ate up what had been brought out, and in the process acquired the knowledge earlier given up by Yagnavalkya. Thus, this Upanishad came to be associated with 3 Taittiriya birds and thus got the name Taittiriya Upanishad.
From legend, let us now get back to philosophy. This is what Swami says about the Taittiriya Upanishad. Quote, Brahma Vidya, knowledge of Brahman, is the specific theme of this Upanishad. It has 3 sections, Sikshavalli, Anandavalli or Brahmavalli, and Bhriguvalli. The latter 2 sections are very important for those seeking Brahmagnana, knowledge of the Supreme. In the Sikshavalli, certain methods to acquire one-pointedness are detailed, but bondage cannot be destroyed and delusions overcome by this alone. The flux and turbulence of life are due to the Ajnana or ignorance, and bondage is the result. It is only when Ajnana is destroyed that the bonds get loosened and liberation is attained. It is just like saying your train is moving, when the fact is that your train is stationary while it is a train in the adjacent track that is really moving. Watch your train and you know the truth. Watch the other train and you are deceived. There is no use seeking the cause of delusion. Instead, seek to escape from it. Unquote.
We will have more extracts from Swami's writings and in-depth comments later. Presently, we shall start with chants from Sikshavalli, but before that, a few words of introduction to Sikshavalli.
In trying to appreciate the deeper implication of Sikshavalli, one must have the following mental picture in mind. We must go back thousands of years to Vedic India, when young students between the ages of 5 and 18 gathered in small groups and lived with their guru in an ashram. The ashram was called Gurukulam, and the young seekers were called Brahmacharis, or the seekers of the Supreme God, known in Sanskrit as Brahman. The Guru instructed, guided and counseled the disciples, Sishyas as they were called. Siksha means instruction, and thus Sikshavalli is all about the instruction that the Guru gives to the disciples.
What exactly is the meaning of seeking Brahman? Why were these young men in quest of God Almighty? If indeed the young disciples were in quest of the Supreme One, then how come most of them later ended up getting married and thereby immersed in the turbulent sea called family life? Some clarifications concerning these are necessary so that we can appreciate better the teachings and the purpose of the Upanishads.
Before we come to the issues mentioned above, we need a quick survey of the evolution of human thought and understanding so that Upanishads may be placed in proper context. We reserve some of the major comments for later, but here we shall mention just the following.
Long ago, when man first appeared on earth, he wondered about the many things surrounding him. He was both awed and fascinated by what he saw, like lightning and thunder, for example. Promptly, he assumed that these were controlled by agencies beyond what was visible, and he assigned spirits or supernatural agencies to various natural phenomena. Thus it is quite independently that tribes and communities in different parts of the world conceived of the rain god, the fire god, the god of thunder, and so on. Ancient India was no exception, and people then believed various deities were in charge of the five elements and the various forces of nature. These deities were called devas, a word that is often translated as demigod. Names like Indra, Varuna, Vayu, Agni, etc., that we so often hear during Vedic chants are all the names of various deities. The devas, it was believed, lived in a world of their own, which was, in popular language, heaven. The technical name for this was Devalokam. It was believed that in the land of the devas, one could enjoy uninterrupted pleasure.
This popular belief must be seen against what happens on earth. Here, as Swami reminds us, pleasure is an interval between two pains. Unwilling to accept pain, man invented a world where there was no pain, and he also devised rituals whereby devas could be propitiated for gaining entry into their world. This is how many rituals first came into existence in ancient India, as perhaps in other parts of the world too.
In due course, many societies and communities of people became more spiritually evolved, and they now began to recognize that there was something way above the so-called spirits that control the forces of nature. In ancient India, the learned ones said that there was, above and beyond everything else, a God supreme. Aspects of nature regarded as devas were nothing but aspects of this Supreme One, referred by the ancients of India as Brahman, Paramatma, etc.
The idea that there is a God Almighty above everything else, who is also the creator of the universe, is nothing unique to the philosophy of ancient Indians, the philosophy known as Sanatana Dharma. All the major religions of the world emphatically proclaim the existence of an Almighty God who is the creator and beyond space as well as time. All religions also spell out how this God must be obeyed and worshipped. But what is unique about the philosophy of ancient Indians is that it goes far beyond what is usually accepted as the proper relationship between man and God. Vedanta is unique because it not only declares that there is nothing other than God, but also how man, normally tied down by the body and the mind, can by special effort actually experience and become one with the Supreme State. And it is this extraordinary roadmap that the Upanishads unfold step by step.
What is truly remarkable about the Vedas and the Upanishads is that they do not dismiss anything in creation. Everything has a place and a purpose, and evolution must take place against this background. Thus it is that Swami Nikhilananda says, in spiritual evolution, one cannot skip any of the stages. Hence, for those who, prompted by their natural impulses, seek physical pleasures on earth, the Upanishads lay down the injunctions to discharge various duties and obligations. For those who seek pleasures in heavens, the Upanishads prescribe rituals and meditations by which one can commune with the gods or higher powers. Gods, men, and subhuman beings in the tradition of the Upanishads depend on each other for their welfare. The key to enduring happiness lies in cooperation with all created beings and not in ruthless competition.
The last remark is perhaps relevant in the context of what is happening today, when man is not only dominating but even wiping out many species. Getting back to the uniqueness of the Upanishads, they not only instruct in rituals, but besides giving hints to their inner meanings, indicate how man, bound as he presently is, can elevate himself to experience the divine or the ultimate, as Professor Radhakrishnan refers to Brahman. As far as we are concerned, our focus is primarily on the universal aspects of the teachings of the Upanishads.
Sikshavali, this section of Taittiriya Upanishad that we shall shortly deal with, can now be neatly placed in the context of all that has been said so far. It is a series of exhortations by the Guru to his disciples, the Brahmacharis, who in due course would become householders, practice what they have learnt, and become progressively refined as also elevated spiritually. The subsequent vallis have more to say about the ultimate goal. We end by briefly quoting what Swami says about Sikshavali. He says, quote, "In the Sikshavali, certain methods to overcome the obstacles placed in man's way by the Devas, and also methods to acquire one-pointedness in mental exertions are detailed." Unquote.
Swami adds that merely by routinely discharging one's duties as a good householder, one cannot cross the ocean of life. That calls for something more that is presented in the later vallis. This concludes the introduction to Sikshavali, and we now move on to the regular hymns, together with their literal translations. Here and there, supplementary explanations are added. When the valli is concluded, there will be a brief overview.
Om Shanno Mitrasham Varunaha Shanno Bhavatvaryama Shanna Indro Bruhaspatihi Shanno Vishnurukramaha Namo Brahmane Namaste Vayu Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahmasi Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahma Vadishyami Rutam Vadishyami Satyam Vadishyami Tanmamavatu Tadvaktaramavatu Avatu Mam Avatu Vaktaram. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Shanno Mitrasham Varunaha Shanno Bhavatvaryama Shanna Indro Bruhaspatihi Shanno Vishnurukramaha Namo Brahmane Namaste Vayu Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahmasi Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahma Vadishyami Rutam Vadishyami Satyam Vadishyami Tanmamavatu Tadvaktaramavatu Avatu Mam Avatu Vaktaram. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
May Mitra, Varuna, Aryaman, Indra, Brihaspati, and the all-pervading Vishnu be propitious to us and grant us welfare and bliss. I bow down to Brahman in loving reverence. O Vayu, I bow down to thee in adoration. You verily are Brahman perceptible. I shall declare, you art the right, you art the true and the good. May the universal being entitled Vayu preserve me. May he preserve the teacher. May Brahman protect me. May he protect my teacher. Om. Peace. Peace. Peace.
In this, the first hymn, Mitra, Varuna, etc., refer to the various deities. Brihaspati, for example, is the presiding deity of intelligence. This hymn is an invocation to the deities to remove obstacles that may arise in the acquisition of spiritual wisdom. This is a prayer by the pupil, and the teacher is really not concerned with it, since he is supposed to be endowed with wisdom.
शिक्षां व्याख्यास्यामः वर्णस्वरः मात्राबलं सामसन्तानः इत्युक्तशिक्षाध्यायः.
Now we explain the science of phonetics. It deals with vocalic sounds, accent or pitch, quantity, force required for articulation, modulation, and the conjunctions of letters.
This hymn stresses to the student that correct pronunciation and intonation are important, since they determine the meaning. There must be no slackness in these. The general idea is not to dismiss rituals lightly. If they are performed, they must be done so in the proper manner. Indeed, this applies to all work. Work must always be performed with devotion and perfection. One should not imagine that Upanishads are pure philosophy. Often, they offer a mix of the practical with the philosophical. However, even behind the so-called practical, that is the ritual, there is deep philosophy. For example, while performing yajnas, priests offer cooked rice to the sacred fire and chant a mantra. People may think it is all a ritual, but in the Gita, Lord Krishna explains the deeper significance of it all. This mantra in the Gita is the Brahmarpanam slokam that we all chant before eating. This perspective must always be kept in mind.
Sahano yashaha Sahano Brahma Varchasam.
May we both, teacher and disciple, have glory and refulgence born of holy life and study.
Adhadasagumhitaya Upanishadam Vyakhyasyaamaha Panchaswadhikaraneshu.
Now we shall expound in order the sacred doctrine of conjunction based on the 5 perceptible objects: universe, light, learning, progeny, and self. The observations on these 5 objects are together called the Great Combinations.
The purpose of this hymn is interesting. Through long and disciplined chanting, the student might get habituated to focusing entirely on just the words. His attention is now directed to the inner significance. He is asked to meditate on the meaning of the world, the heavenly lights, and so on.
Adhilokamadhivyaudichamadhividyamaधिप्रजमध्यात्मं तामहासगुंहितायित्याचक्षते अथातिलोकं पृथिवीपूर्वरूपं द्यौरुत्तररूपम् आकाशसन्धिः वायुस्सन्धानम् इत्यधिलोकम्.
The teaching concerning the universe is this: the earth is the prior form, the firmament is the posterior form, the atmosphere is the junction, and the air is the means of joining. One should meditate upon the universe, bearing in mind these inner relations.
अथादिज्योतिषम् अग्निपूर्वरूपम् आदित्य उत्तररूपम् आपः सन्धिः वैद्युतः सन्धानम् इत्यदिज्योतिषम्.
The teaching on the light is as follows. Fire is the prior form. The sun is the posterior form. Water is the junction. And the lightning is the means of joining. Thus, one should meditate upon light.
अथाति विद्यम् आचार्यपूर्वरूपम् अन्ते वास्युत्तररूपम् विद्यासन्धिः प्रवचनगुं सन्धानम् इत्यधिविद्यम्.
What now follows is the observation on learning. The teacher is the prior form. The pupil is the posterior form. Learning is the junction. And the instruction is the means of joining. This is how one should meditate upon learning.
अधाधि प्रजम् माता पूर्वरूपम् पितोत्तररूपम् प्रजासन्धिः प्रजननगुं सन्धानम् इत्यधिप्रजम्.
Next comes the observation on progeny. Mother is the prior form. Father is the posterior form. Progeny is the junction, and procreation is the means of joining. Thus should one meditate on progeny.
अधाध्यात्मम् अधराहनुः पूर्वरूपम् उत्तराहनुरुत्तररूपम् वाक्सन्धिः जिह्वासन्धानम् इत्यध्यात्मम्.
The next one concerns the self. The lower jaw is the prior form. The upper jaw is the posterior form. Speech of vocal organs are the junction, and the tongue is the means of union. Thus, one should meditate on the self.
एते मामहासगुंहिताः य एवमेतामहासगुंहिता व्याख्यादा वेदा सन्धीयते प्रजया पशुभिः ब्रह्मवर्चसेनान्नाद्येन सुवर्गेण लोकेन.
These are called the great combinations. He who meditates on these great conjunctions, as expounded above, will attain progeny, wealth, cattle, food, and the like, and the happy abode of heaven.
This hymn is in a sense a review of a few of the preceding ones, in which the student is asked to meditate upon many things. Here it is important to call attention to different aspects of meditation. According to the Upanishads, meditation can be done in two different ways. One is with an eye on the benefits that would accrue, and the other is without any concern for worldly gains. Those who meditate with total purity of heart realize Brahman. This is what the Upanishads proclaim. Incidentally, we may take note what Swami has to say about mental processes. He distinguishes three categories: concentration, contemplation, and finally meditation. While the former two belong to the worldly mind, the latter is associated with higher mind, or in simple language, the heart. When one meditates in the heart, there are no desires, and this is what Swami really wants.
यश्छन्दसा वृषभो विश्वरूपः छन्दोभ्योऽध्यमृतात् सम्बभूव समेन्द्रो मेधया स्पृणोतु अमृतस्य देवधारणो भूयासम् शरीरं मे विचर्षणम् जिह्वा मे मधुमत्तमा कर्णाभ्यां भूरिविश्रुवम् ब्रह्मणः कोशोऽसि मेधया पिहितः श्रुतं मे गोपाय.
He who is the most excellent in the hymns of the Vedas, whose form is manifold, and who has sprung up in all splendor from the sacred hymns, may He, the Supreme Lord, cheer me with intellectual vigor. O Lord, may I be the possessor of immortal elevation. May I be able and active in body. May my speech be sweet and agreeable to the highest degree, and may I, with my ears, listen abundantly, so that I may learn. You are the sheath of the Supreme Being. Pray, preserve my learning.
आवहन्ते वितन्वाना कुर्वाणा चेरमात्मनः वासागं सिममगावश्च अन्नपाने च सर्वदा ततो मे श्रियमावह. लोमशां पशुभिः सह स्वाहा आमायन्तु ब्रह्मचारिणः स्वाहा विमायन्तु ब्रह्मचारिणः स्वाहा प्रमायन्तु ब्रह्मचारिणः स्वाहा दमायन्तु ब्रह्मचारिणः स्वाहा शमायन्तु ब्रह्मचारिणः स्वाहा.
O God, after having endowed me with intelligence and fitness, confer on me fortune consisting in woolly animals, sheep, etc., along with cattle. May fortune produce for me without delay and for all time, bringing ceaselessly and in an increasing measure food and drink and cloth and kind. All through, may celibate students of haloed wisdom come to me. May blessings rest on this oblation. May they come to me from far off and from different directions. May they come in large numbers. May they be self-controlled and calm.
We notice here the prayer is for worldly gains. As mentioned earlier, the Upanishads do not entirely frown upon having worldly desires. Instead, they recommend that these desires must be kept in check and blended with acts that benefit society. Thus it is that the householders were asked to give charity in abundance even while they were praying for wealth. The ancients of India recognized that society cannot be sustained by sages, rishis and monks alone. Rather, it has to be sustained mainly by people involved in various walks of life like agriculture, trade, administration, security of the kingdom, and so on. These people form, in today's parlance, the blue-collar segment of society and also the majority. The learned and the wise form the white-collar segment and were in a minority. Both are always needed, and in particular, it is the blue-collar that form the backbone of society. The Upanishads thus spare no effort in instructing people belonging to this category how they must regulate and lead their lives. While the wise were the conscience keepers, it is the rulers, soldiers, workers, traders and the like that essentially kept the system going.
यशो जने सा निस्वाहा श्रेयानवस्य सोऽसा निस्वाहा तन्त्वा भगः प्रविशा निस्वाहा समाभगः प्रविश स्वाहा तस्मिन् सहस्रशाखे निबगाहं त्वयि मृजे स्वाहा यथापः प्रवतायन्ते यथा मासा अहर्जरम् एवं मां ब्रह्मचारिणः धातरायन्तु सर्वतः स्वाहा प्रतिवेशोऽसि प्रमाभाहि प्रमापद्यस्व.
May I become renounced among men. May I become superior to those who are wealthier than ordinary people. O gracious Lord, may I enter into Thee. May You, O gracious Lord, enter into me. In that self of Yours, with 1,000 branches, O Lord, may I cleanse myself of all sin. As water flows downwards, as months mingle with the year, so, O Creator and Arranger of all, may celibate students come to me from all sides. You are the refuge near at hand. Illuminate me, take possession of me.
भूर्भुवस्सुवरितिवा एतास्तिस्रोऽप्याहृदयः तासामुहस्मैतां चतुर्थीं महाजमस्य प्रवेदयते मह इति तद्ब्रह्मा स आत्मा अंगान्यन्ना देवताः भूरिति वा अयं लोकः भुव इत्यन्तरिक्षं सुवरित्यसो लोकः.
Bhu, Bhuva and Suva, these are verily the three celebrated mystical utterances. In addition to these, there is of course a fourth one which Mahachamasya proclaimed, that is Brahman, that is the Atman, the other gods are its limbs. What is called Bhu stands for this world, the fire, the sacred verses called Riks, and the air that is breathed in, that is Prana. What is denoted as Bhuva stands for the intermediate space between heaven and earth, the air, Saman chants, and the air that is breathed out, that is Apana. What is noted as Suva stands for heaven, the sun, the sacrificial formulae called Yajus, and the vital airs that sustain life when breath is arrested, that is Vyana.
In Sanskrit, the word Vyahariti means an utterance. The words Bhu, Bhuvaha, Suvaha form a part of 7 Vyaharitis. These are Bhu, Bhuvaha, Suvaha, Maha, Jana, Tapa and Satya. The first 3 occur most commonly and are referred to as the great Vyaharitis. More comments would follow after the next sloka.
Maha ityadityah adityena va sarve loka mahiyante bhuriti va agnihi bhuva iti vayuh subharityadityah maha iti chandramaah चंद्रमसा सर्वाणि ज्योतिगुंषि महीयन्ते भूरिति वारुचः भुव इति सामानि सुवरिति यजुगुंषि मह इति ब्रह्मा ब्रह्मणा वाव सर्वे वेदा महीयन्ते भूरिति वै प्राणः भुव इत्यपानः सुवरितिर्व्यानः मह इत्यन्नम् अन्नेन वाव सर्वे प्राणा महीयन्ते तावा एताश्चतस्रश्चतुर्थाः चतस्रश्चतस्रो व्याहृदयः तायो वेदा स वेद ब्रह्मा सर्वेस्मै देवा बलिमावहन्ते.
What is called Maha is the sun, the moon, Brahman, that is Om, and food. Verily, through the sun, all the worlds, through the moon, all the lights, through Brahman, all the Vedas, and through food, all the animate beings are magnified. These indeed are the four Vyaritis, comprised in a group of four and becoming fourfold. He who meditates upon them knows Brahman, and to him all gods bring homage.
This hymn basically reiterates that God is everything. Going a bit deeper, in the last two hymns, God Supreme is visualized as a cosmic person and described using the language of Vyahritis. Swami Nikhilananda says that the one who meditates thinks that the middle part of the cosmic person is represented by the Maha, the feet by Bhu, the arms by Bhuvaha, and the head by Suvaha.
Saya eshantara hrudaya akashaha tasmin nayam purusho manomayaha amruto hiranmayaha antare nataluke ya eshastana iva valambate sendrayonihi yatrasau keshanto vyavartate vyapohya shirshakapale bhurityagno pratitishthate bhuva iti vayo suvarityaditye maha iti brahmani apnoti swarajyam apnoti manasaspatim vakpatik chakshushpatih shrotrapatir vijnanapatih etattato bhavati akasha shariram brahma satyatma pranaramam mana anandam shanti samruddham amrutam iti prachina yogyopasva.
There is within the heart the bright space known to all. There, let the worshipper meditate upon and realize the intelligent, the imperishable, the effulgent soul. The hollow canal called Shushamna lies through the two arteries of the upper palate and the nipple-like growth that hangs down from amidst the two palatal arteries. It passes out at the crown where the root of the hair is made to part, opening the skull in the center. This is the gate leading to the Supreme Lord. The worshipper, at the time of his final departure, gains his exit from the body through that passage and abides in fire, uttering to himself the mystic syllable Bhu. He stays in air, sun, and Brahman, uttering to himself Bhuva, Suvaha, and Maha respectively. Having become the Virat Brahman, he moreover obtains self-sovereignty and reaches the Lord of the powers of sight and hearing and speech and understanding. And after that, he becomes the immortal and divine Brahman, whose body is the ether, whose essence is truth, whose sport is in the life force, who is the felicity of the mind, who is abundantly endowed with peace. You, Prachina Yogya, worship in the manner described above.
This is a very interesting hymn. In Vedanta, the heart is often described as the abode of the Lord. Swami too says, the heart is my permanent address. The doubt may arise, if God is everywhere, then what is the meaning of saying that God resides in the heart? Scholars have explained this beautifully. They say, yes, He is present everywhere, in the body as well as outside, but it is in the heart that He is most easily experienced. This is the important point.
Prithivyantariksham dyortisho vantaradisha agnirvayuraditya chandrama nakshatrani apa oshadhayo vanaspataya akasha atma ityadi bhutam अदाध्यात्मम् प्राणो व्यानोपान उदानः समानः चक्षुश्रोत्रं मनोवाक्त्वक् चर्ममागुंसगुस्नावास्ति मज्जा एतदधिविधाय ऋषिरवोचत् पाङ्क्तं वा इदगुं सर्वम् पाङ्क्तेनैव पान्तग्गुस्पृणोतीति.
One should meditate upon the elements that compose the universe, namely the earth, the intermediate space between the earth and heaven, sky, major and minor points of the compass, fire, air, sun, moon, stars, water, herbs, large trees, space, and one's body. After that, one should meditate upon oneself, reflecting on prana, vyana, apana, udana, samana, skin, flesh, muscle, bone, marrow, and organs of sight, hearing, thinking, speech, and touch. The seer, who revealed this by intuition, having grouped the various objects a fivefold principle, and that one set of five preserves the other set of five.
Omiti Brahma, Omitedagum Sarvam, Omitetadanukruti Hasmava Apyoshravage Tyashravayante. ओमिति सामानि गायन्ते ओगुं शोमिति शस्त्राणि शगुंसन्ते ओमित्यध्वर्युः प्रतिकरं प्रतिगृह्णाति ओमिति ब्रह्मा प्रसौते ओमित्यग्निहोत्रमनुजानाति ओमिति ब्राह्मण प्रवक्षन्नाः ब्रह्मोपाप्नवानीते ब्रह्मैवोपाप्नोति.
Om is Brahman. All this universe, perceived and imagined, is Om. It is universally known that Om is the term of compliance. The priests officiating at the sacrifice direct the assistant with the words, O Agnidhra, make it known to the Devas that the oblation is ready to be offered. Starting with Om, the summon chanting Udgatar priests sing, uttering Om Som. In the beginning, the Hotra priests recite the invocations. The Advaryu addresses his response to the Hotra with the syllable Om. Brahma sets the sacrifice in motion, uttering Om. The sacrificer authorizes the Advaryu to offer the oblation to fire, uttering Om. A Brahmana proceeding to recite the Veda, intending, let me obtain the Veda, says Om. Assuredly, he attains Brahman.
As is well known, the word Om is chanted before the commencement of any auspicious activity. It is also symbolic of the Creator and His act of creation. The Bible says that the Word is God. That statement is, in a sense, an echo of the Vedic sentiments too. In this connection, we must remember that among the living species, humans alone have the ability to speak. The capacity to speak and the capacity to create languages is an extraordinary gift of God. However, all of us tend to take this gift for granted and treat it most casually. Vedic seers ask their students to meditate on the word, its deeper significance, and the capacity to speak and see therein the power of God.
ऋतं जस्वाध्याय प्रवचने च सत्यं जस्वाध्याय प्रवचने च तपश्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च दमश्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च शमश्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च अग्नयश्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च अग्निहोत्रं यस्वाध्याय प्रवचने च अधिधयश्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च मानुषं स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च प्रजाजस्वाध्याय प्रवचने च प्रजनश्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च प्रजातिश्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च सत्यमिति सत्यवचाराधीतरः तप इति तपो नित्यः पौरुसृष्टिः स्वाध्याय प्रवचने एवेति नागो मौद्गल्यः तद्धि तपस्तद्धि-तपः.
The practice of what is right and proper, as fixed by the scriptural rules, and one's own reflection, learning and imparting of the Vedas, self-denial, self-resistant, tranquility, tending the consecrated fires, offering oblations into the fire daily, morning and evening, hospitality, accomplishing what is favorable to human welfare, bringing up a family, procreation at the ordained period of time, getting the son married, all these conditions should be fulfilled before one gets the power of introspection and desire for liberation. The sage Rathitra, who never swerved from truth, held that truthfulness alone would suffice. Paurushishti, who was in constant penance, thought that devout austerity alone was enough. Naka, of the lineage of Mudgala, stressed the study and imparting of the Vedas. That assuredly is tapas. Indeed, that is tapas.
Aham vrikshasya reriva kirti prushtham gireriva urdhvapavitro vachiniva swamritamasmi द्रविणगं सवर्चसं सुमेधा अमृतोक्षितः इति त्रिशङ्गोर्वेदानुवचनम्.
I am the stimulator of the tree of the universe. My fame is high like a mountain top, elevated to the most holy. I am the excellent, immortal being, as he is in the sun. I am the power, the wealth, refulgent with divine intuition. I have attained true knowledge, imperishable and immutable. This is the sacred recitation of Trishanku.
This is what Swami Nikhilananda says about this verse. A Vedic rishi named Trishanku realized Brahman. Having attained oneness with Brahman, he made the above statement. This mantra is meant for daily recitation by the seekers of self-knowledge or Atmajnana. It is conducive to purity and progress, and finally leads to the knowledge of Brahman. Brahmajnana, which is the same as Atmajnana, for Brahman and Atma are the same. The aspirant should first create the proper spiritual mood through the discharge of his various duties and the study of scriptures as described in the earlier slokas, and then recite and contemplate on the present mantra.
Vedamanochyacharyoonte vasinamanushaaste satyam vada dharmam chara swadhyayanma pramadaha acharyaya priyam dhanamaghrutya prajatantum mavyavatchetse satyanna pramaditovyam dharmanna pramaditovyam kushalanna pramaditovyam bhutyena pramaditovyam swadhyaya प्रवचनाभ्यां न प्रमदितव्यम्.
Having instructed the Veda, the preceptor advises the disciple, speak the truth, follow the prescribed conduct, be not heedless about the solemn recitation of scriptures. At the time of your departure from your preceptor, offer to him the gift liked by him, and take care that the line of your race is not broken. Do not fail to pay attention to truth. Never fail to pay heed to the performance of duty. Do not be careless about what is proper and good. Be not negligent of well-being. Never be indifferent to the study and imparting of the Veda.
Deva pitrukaryabhyam na pramaditovyam. Matrudevo bhava, pitrudevo bhava, acharya devo bhava, atithi devo bhava, yanyanavadyani karmani, tani sevitavyani, no itarani, yanyasmagagum sucharitani, तानि त्वयोपास्यानि नो इतराणि ये के चास्मच्छ्रेयागुंसो ब्राह्मणाः तेषां त्वयासनेन प्रश्वसितव्यम्.
Be mindful of what is to be offered to gods and mains. Let your mother be a god for you. Let your father be treated like a god. Let your preceptor receive divine honor. Let your guests receive from you hospitality like a god. Those acts that are irreproachable alone are to be performed, and not those that are their contrary. You must be intent on the virtuous actions that proceed from us, and never on the contrary. You must not even breathe a word when those who are more distinguished than us are in session for religious inquiry.
Shraddhaya deyam, asraddhaya deyam, shriya deyam, hriya deyam, bhiya deyam, samvida deyam.
Gifts must be made gladly and willingly. Never give an unwilling gift. Let gifts be made according to one's fortune, with modesty and fear. Let there be also agreement in opinion or friendly feeling when the gifts are offered.
This is an important advice from the Guru to the disciple. When the disciple leaves the ashram and enters life after getting married, he has the duty to give generously with love without any expectation of anything whatsoever in return, and never unwillingly. In other words, sharing is the best way of showing that one really cares. Indeed, one must not merely share food and wealth, but most important of all, God's love. That is what Swami repeatedly emphasizes. Incidentally, in the Gita, Lord Krishna says, quote, "The virtuous who partake of food that remains after the sacrifice is offered are freed from all sin. But the selfish who eat alone without sharing their food with others are in fact feeding on sin." Unquote.
Adhayati te karma vichikitsa va vritta vichikitsa va syad ye tatra brahmana sammarishinaha yukta ayukta aluksha dharma kamasyuh yatha te tatra varteran tadha tatra vartedha.
Now, should there arise any uncertainty regarding your acts or doubt in respect of your conduct in life, you would rule yourself exactly in the same manner as the Brahmanas, who are able to judge impartially, who are experienced, independent, gentle, and intent on the law, and who happen to be present there would act in regard to such matters.
अथाभ्याख्यातेषु एतत्र ब्राह्मणाः सम्मर्षिणः युक्ता आयुक्ताः अलूक्षा धर्मकामाः स्युः यथा ते तेषु वर्तेरन् तथा तेषु वर्तेथाः एष आदेशः एष उपदेशः एषा वेदोपनिषद् एतदनुशासनम् एवमुपासितव्यम् एवमुचैतदुपास्यम्.
And now, with regard to those who are falsely accused for some crime, conduct yourself on the model of those cautious, experienced, independent, gentle brahmanas who are interested in law and who happen to be present there. This is the command, this is the advice, this is the secret instruction of the Vedas, this is the commandment. One must rule oneself in life in the manner stated. Verily, after having understood, one must act continuously in the way taught above, till the last, and never otherwise.
This concludes the Sikshavalli portion of the Taittiriya Upanishad. You will now hear a chant of these mantras at normal speed.
शन्नो मित्रशं वरुणः शन्नो भवत्वर्यमा शन्न इन्द्रो बृहस्पतिः शन्नो विष्णुरुक्रमः नमो ब्रह्मणे नमस्ते वायो त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्मासि त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्म वदिष्यामि ऋतं वदिष्यामि सत्यं वदिष्यामि तन्मामवतु तद्वक्तारमवतु अवतु अवतु वक्तारम्. ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. दीक्षां व्याख्यास्यामः वर्णस्वरः मात्राबलं सामसन्तानः इत्युक्तशिक्षाध्यायः सहनौ यशः सहनौ ब्रह्मवर्चसम् अथादः सगुंहिताय उपनिषदं व्याख्यास्यामः पञ्चस्वधिकरणेषु अधिलोकमधिज्योतिषमधिविद्यमधि प्रजमध्यात्मम् तामः सगुंहिता इत्याचक्षते अथातिलोकम् पृथिवी पूर्वरूपम् यौरुत्तररूपम् आकाशसन्धिः वायुः सन्धानम् इत्यधिलोकम् अथादिज्योतिषम् अग्निः पूर्वरूपम् आदित्य उत्तररूपम् आपस्सन्धिः वैद्युतः सन्धानम् इत्यधिज्योतिषम् अथादिविद्यम् आचार्यः पूर्वरूपम् अन्ते वास्युत्तररूपम् विद्यासन्धिः प्रवचनगुं सन्धानम् इत्यधिविद्यम् अथाधिप्रजम् माता पूर्वरूपम् पितोत्तररूपम् प्रजासन्धिः प्रजननगुं सन्धानम् इत्यधिप्रजम् अदाध्यात्मम् अधराहनुः पूर्वरूपम् उत्तराहनुरुत्तररूपम् वाक्सन्धिः जिह्वासन्धानम् इत्यध्यात्मम् इति मामहासगुंहिता एवमेता महासगुंहिता व्याख्याता वेदा सन्धीयते प्रजया पशुभिः
ब्रह्मवर्चसेनान्नाद्येन सुवर्गेण लोकेन
यच्छन्दसा मृषभो विश्वरूपः
छन्दोभ्योऽध्यमृतात् सम्बभूव
समेन्द्रो मेधया स्पृणोतु
अमृतस्य देवधारणो भूयासम्
शरीरं मे विचर्षणम्
जिह्वा मे मधुमत्तमा
कर्णाभ्यां भूरिविश्रुवम्
ब्रह्मणः कोशोऽसि मेधया पिहितः
श्रुतं मे गोपाय
आवहं देवि तन्मानाः
कुर्वाणाचीरमात्मनः
वासागुंसि मम गावश्च
अन्नपाने च सर्वदा
ततो मे श्रियमावह
लोमशां पशुभिः सह स्वाहा
आवायन्तु ब्रह्मचारिणः स्वाहा
विमायन्तु ब्रह्मचारिणः स्वाहा
प्रमायन्तु ब्रह्मचारिणः स्वाहा
दमायन्तु ब्रह्मचारिणः स्वाहा
यमायन्तु ब्रह्मचारिणः स्वाहा
यशोजने सा निस्वाहा
श्रेयान्वस्य सोऽसा निस्वाहा
तन्त्वा भगप्रविशा निस्वाहा
समाभग प्रविश स्वाहा
तस्मिन् सहस्रशाखे
विभगाहं त्वयि मृजे स्वाहा
यथा पप्रवतायन्ति
यथा मासाहर्जनम्
एवं मां ब्रह्मचारिणः
धातरायन्तु सर्वतः स्वाहा
प्रतिवेशोऽसि प्रमाभाहि प्रमापद्यस्व
भूर्भुवः सुभरिति वा एतास्तिस्रो व्याहृतयः
तासामुहस्मैतां चतुर्थी
महाजमस्य प्रवेदयते
महगिति
तद्ब्रह्मा
स आत्मा
अङ्गान्यन्या देवता
भूरिति वा अयं लोकः
भुव इत्यन्तरिक्षम्
सुवरित्यसौ लोकः
मह इत्यादित्यः
आदित्येन वाव सर्वे लोका महीयन्ते
भूरिति वा अग्निः
भुव इति वायुः
सुवरित्यादित्यः
मह इति चन्द्रमाः
चन्द्रमसा वाव सर्वाणि ज्योतिगुंसि महीयन्ते
भूरिति वा रुचः
भुव इति सामानि
सुवरिति यजुगुंषि
मह इति ब्रह्मा
ब्रह्मणा वाव सर्वे वेदा महीयन्ते
भूरिति वै प्राणः
भुवगित्यपानः
सुवरिति व्यानः
मह इत्यन्नम्
अन्नेन वाव सर्वे प्राणा महीयन्ते
तावागेताच्चतस्रच्चतुर्था
चतस्रश्चतस्रो व्याहृतयः
तायौ वेदा
सवेद ब्रह्मा
सर्वेऽस्मै देवा बलिमावहन्ति
स य एषोऽन्तर्हृदय आकाशः
तस्मिन्नयं पुरुषो मनोमयः
अमृतो हिरण्मयः
अन्तरेण तालुके
य एषस्तनैवावलम्बते
सेन्द्रयोनिः
यत्रासौ केशान्तो विवर्तते
यपोह्यशीर्षकपाले
भूरित्यग्नौ प्रतिष्ठति
भुवगिति वायौ
सुवरित्यादित्ये
महगिति ब्रह्मणि
आप्नोति स्वराज्यम्
आप्नोति मनसस्पतिम्
वाक्पतिश्चक्षुष्पतिः
श्रोत्रपतिर्विज्ञानपतिः शरीरं ब्रह्मा
सत्यात्म प्राणारामं मन आनन्दम्
शान्ति समृद्धममृतम्
इति प्राचीन योग्योपासना
पृथिव्यन्तरिक्षं द्यौर्दिशो वान्तरदिशाः
अग्निर्वायुरादित्यश्चन्द्रमा नक्षत्राणि
आप ओषधयो वनस्पतय आकाश आत्मा
इत्यधिभूतम्
अदाध्यात्मम्
प्राणो व्यानो दान उदानः समानः
चक्षुश्रोत्रं मनोवाक्त्वक्
चर्मभागं सग्स्नावास्ति मज्जा
एतदधिविधाय ऋषिरवोचत्
पाङ्क्तं वा इदगुं सर्वम्
पाङ्क्तेनैव पान्तग्स्पृणोतीति
ओमिति ब्रह्मा
ओमितीदगुं सर्वम्
ओमित्येतदनुकृतिः स्म वा अप्यो श्रावये श्रावयन्ति
ओमिति सामानि गायन्ति
ओगुं शोमिति शस्त्राणि शगुं सन्ति
ओमित्यध्वर्युप्रतिगरं प्रतिगृह्णाति
ओमिति ब्रह्मा प्रसौति
ओमित्यग्निहोत्रमनुजानाति
ओमिति ब्राह्मणः प्रवक्षन्नाः ब्रह्मोपाप्नवानीति
ब्रह्मैवोपाप्नोति
ऋतं च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च
सत्यं च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च
तपश्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च
दमश्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च
शमश्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च
अग्नयश्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च
अग्निहोत्रं च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च
अदिधयश्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च
मानुषं च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च
प्रजाज स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च
प्रजनश्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च
प्रजादिश्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च
सत्यमिति सत्यवचाराधीतरः
तप इति तपो नित्य पौरुसृष्टिः
स्वाध्याय प्रवचने ये वेति नाको मौद्गल्यः
तद्धि तपस्तद्धि-तपः
अहं वृक्षस्य रेरिव
कीर्तिपृष्ठं गिरेरिव
ऊर्ध्वपवित्रो वाजिनीव स्वमृतमस्मि
द्रविणगुं सवर्चसं वेदमनूच्याचार्योऽन्ते वासिनमनुशास्ति
सत्यं वद
धर्मं चर
स्वाध्यायान्मा प्रमदः
आचार्याय प्रियं धनमाहृत्य प्रजातन्तुं माप्यवच्छेत्सि
सत्यान्न प्रमदितव्यम्
धर्मान्न प्रमदितव्यम्
कुशलान्न प्रमदितव्यम्
भूत्यैन प्रमदितव्यम्
स्वाध्याय प्रवचनाभ्याम् न प्रमदितव्यम्
देवपितृकार्याभ्यां न प्रमदितव्यम्
मातृदेवो भव
पितृदेवो भव
आचार्यदेवो भव
अतिथिदेवो भव
यान्यनवद्यानि कर्माणि
तानि सेवितव्यानि
नो इतराणि
यान्यस्माकं सुचरितानि
तानि द्वयोपास्यानि
नो इतराणि
एके चास्मच्छ्रेयागुंसो ब्राह्मणाः
तेषां त्वयासनेन प्रश्वसितव्यम्
श्रद्धया देयम्
अश्रद्धया देयम्
श्रिया देयम्
क्रिया देयम्
क्रिया देयम्
संविदा देयम्
अकयति ते कर्म विचिकित्सा वा वृत्तविचिकित्सा वा स्यात्
एतत्र ब्राह्मणाः सम्मर्षिणः
युक्ता युक्ताः
अलुक्षा धर्मकामा स्युः
यथा ते तत्र वर्तेरन्
तथा तत्र वर्तेथाः
अथाभ्याख्यातेषु
एतत्र ब्राह्मणाः सम्मर्षिणः
युक्ता अयुक्ताः
अलुक्षा धर्मकामा स्युः
यथा ते तेषु वर्तेरन्
तथा तेषु वर्तेथाः
एष आदेशः
एष उपदेशः
एषा वेदोपनिषत्
एतदनुशासनम्
एवमुपासितव्यम्
एवमुचैतदुपास्यम्
शन्नो मित्रश्यं वरुणः
शन्नो भवत्वर्यमा
शन्न इन्द्रो बृहस्पतिः
शन्नो विष्णुरुक्रमः
नमो ब्रह्मणे
नमस्ते वायो
त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्मासि
ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
A quick overview before we move on to the Anandavalli. As mentioned earlier, the Upanishads cater to the entire spectrum of aspirants. In a modern school, we have many classes like the first standard, the second standard, and so on, all the way to high school level classes. Naturally, the level of instruction varies with the class. In the Gurukulas of ancient times, there were no classes because the number of disciples was usually a handful. Keeping this in mind, the hymns catered to students with all levels of spiritual evolution. There was no such thing as the same formula for all. Instead, it was a case of each according to his capacity. Krishna and Swami say pretty much the same. In whatever way the devotee relates to the Lord, in the same way he relates to them.
The Sikshavalli ends with a remarkable exhortation by the teacher to the student. The student leaves the ashram of the Guru to enter family life, and that is where the advice of the Guru becomes very important. Does it all end here? Not exactly.
The ancients of India understood human psychology very clearly. They knew that most people are strongly attached to the world, and for such people, the directive was, in Swami's language, sealing on desires and a strict adherence to dharmic life. It was this strict adherence to morality in daily life that established what is today referred to as the rule of law. Only, the law in those days was not that of man, but that of God. Everyone from the king to the pauper recognized that there is a moral law governing the universe and adhered to it within the framework of the individual's position in life.
However, merely being a good person is not enough. Something more is required if one is to experience the divine and become one with it. What is that? That is what is explored in the Anandavalli. Anandavalli. We shall now present chants from the Anandavalli portion of the Taittiriya Upanishad. To start with, we shall offer a brief introduction to this particular Valli. The slow chants of the individual hymns would then follow, with the meaning in English of each hymn. Here and there would be further comments on the inner meaning of the stanza chanted. After the conclusion of the slow chant, there would be a chant at normal speed, following which there would be concluding general comments on the Anandavalli portion. We begin with some introductory remarks on Anandavalli. Swami says the purpose of life is to prepare you to return to your natural habitat. From God you have come, and to God you must return. What does this mean, and how does one go about it? That is the issue dealt with in Anandavalli.
Swami says that God is the embodiment of pure bliss. That is why he once sang, "Bliss is my form, a song familiar to all of us. The Sanskrit word for bliss is Ananda. The word Ananda is not easy to translate. Often, Ananda is translated as joy or happiness. Both these words are totally inadequate. By comparison, bliss does a better job.
Joy and happiness relate to experiences we have in this world. These experiences are no doubt nice, but they also have an opposite, which is pain or misery. By contrast, bliss or Ananda has no opposite. How come? Because bliss belongs to the non-dual world, that is the world of God.
Inasmuch as man is a child of God, his true nature is bliss, and not what he normally imagines it to be. But once man gets immersed in the world, he gets easily duped and starts readily accepting fakes like pleasure as being bliss. The senses con him and he gets caught in a trap. It is nice to be a good person, perform all duties and rituals diligently and so forth, but all that would not and cannot ever lead to union with God. Why? Because of attachment. Even a good man has desires, though they may seem harmless. For example, many good people want to go to heaven after death. This may seem all right superficially, but heaven is the wrong destination. That is why Swami says that even sattva binds. It is like a golden rope. Then what does one do? One must become unbound, which means one must shed all body consciousness.
In the Anandavalli, the teacher gently draws the attention of the young disciple to what exactly the goal of life ought to be. One ought not to get sucked in and overwhelmed by the turbulence of life. One must look far beyond, never losing sight of the final destination. Why must one do that? Because that is where eternal joy and bliss lie. This concludes our general introduction to Anandavalli.
We now offer slow chants of the verses of Anandavalli together with stanza by stanza meaning. As already mentioned, sometimes these literal translations are followed by a comment that offers deeper insight. At the end of the slow chant, we shall present a chant at normal speed, after which would come the concluding remarks to this portion of the Taittiriya Upanishad.
Om Sahana Bhavato Sahano Bhunakto Saha Vedyam Karavavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
May He, Brahman, protect us both together, teacher and student. May He nourish us both together. May we work conjointly with great energy. May our study be vigorous and effective. May we not dispute or hate any. Let there be peace, peace, and peace.
We are all used to praying to Lord Ganesha and invoking his blessings before commencing anything auspicious. This invocation is offered in the same spirit. In fact, such invocation is a part of Vedic tradition. The Supreme Lord is always invoked at the commencement and the conclusion of the study of the scriptures, seeking his forgiveness for errors committed, such as faulty pronunciation, etc. By the way, Ganesha is no different from the Supreme Lord. As Swami has pointed out, Vinayaka is another name for Ganesha. Swami adds, Vinayaka equal to V plus Nayaka, meaning one who has no leader above him. Who is that? God, of course.
ब्रह्मविदाप्नोति परम् तदेशाभ्युक्ता सत्यम् ज्ञानमनन्तम् ब्रह्मा यो वेद निहितम् गुहायाम् परमे व्योमन् सोऽश्नुते सर्वान् कामान् सः ब्रह्मणा विपश्चितेते.
He who realizes Brahman attains the Supreme. It is said, Brahman is the immutable existence, awareness and infinitude. When one realizes Him who resides in the cave of one's own heart, all his desires find fulfillment.
Swami often says, God is the indweller, and Jesus said, the kingdom of God is within you. In this hymn, the student is told that he who realizes God becomes one with the Supreme. If we take this advice in conjunction with what Jesus and Swami have taught, it simply means that the best place to seek God is within.
तस्माद्वा एतस्मादात्मन आकाश सम्भूतः आकाशात् वायुः वायोरग्निः अग्नेरापः अद्यपृथिवी पृथिव्या ओषधयः ओषधेभ्योऽन्नम् अन्नात् पुरुषः स वा एष पुरुषोऽन्नरसमयः तस्येदमेव शिरः अयम् दक्षिणपक्षः अयमुत्तरपक्षः अयमात्मा इदम् बुच्छम् प्रतिष्ठा तदप्येष श्लोको भवति.
The sky emerges from that very Atman. From the sky came air, from air came fire, from fire came water, from water came the earth, from the earth came the herbs, from herbs came the food, from food came all the beings. He indeed is the man consisting of the essence of food. This indeed is his head, this is his right wing, this is his left wing, this is his trunk, and this is the hind part, forming the support and foundation.
This hymn, we might say, is the poet's description of creation. The essence is that everything has come from God. In modern parlance, first there was matter, then there was life, then came many species one after another, and finally emerged the human being as the pinnacle of creation. Swami puts it crisply as follows, quote, just as minerals became trees, trees gave rise to animate life and lower animals evolved into man, man too should evolve further and become God, unquote. Interestingly, the Sufi saint Rumi says pretty much the same thing, quote, I died a mineral and became a plant. I died a plant and rose an animal. I died an animal and I was a man. Yet once more I shall die as man to soul. I must pass on. All except God perishes. I shall become that which no mind ever conceived. To Him we shall return, unquote.
अन्नाद्वै प्रजा प्रजायन्ते याः काश्च पृथिवी गुश्रिताः अधो अन्नेनैव जीवन्ते अथैनदपि यन्त्यम् ततः अन्नगुं हि भूतानाम् ज्येष्ठम् तस्मात् सर्वौषधमुच्यते सर्वं वै तेन्नमाप्नुवन्ति येन्नं ब्रह्मोपासते अन्नगुं हि भूतानां ज्येष्ठम् तस्मात् सर्वौषधमुच्यते अन्नात् भूतानि जायन्ते जातान्यन्नेन वर्धन्ते अद्यदेत्ति च भूतानि तस्मादन्नं तदुच्यत इति.
Whatsoever beings are there in the earth, truly all of them are born from food. Likewise, by food and food alone, they remain alive. Moreover, they return into it in the end. Surely, food is the first and preeminent among all that is created. Hence, it is regarded as the support of all. Those who contemplate on food as Brahman obtain all food. For food is the first among beings. Hence, it is called a panacea. Living beings are born from food. Having been born, they are nourished by food. Food is called annam, because creatures both consume it and are consumed by it.
This and the hymns that follow are remarkable for the extraordinary insight they offer, crisply one might add, into the subtle hierarchy in creation. To start with, the fundamental difference between inert matter and a living being, even if it be as low as bacteria, is that a living being has life. And life cannot be sustained without food. Food thus becomes very important, and indeed the main item on the agenda of most living creatures. In a manner of speaking, it all starts with food. Food is thus strongly identified with life, and since life is an aspect of God, it is natural to regard food as God itself. In this context, we would do well to remember what Swami tells us often: food is God, don't waste food.
तस्माद्वायेदस्मादन्नरसमयाद् अन्योन्दर आत्मा प्राणमयः तेनैष पूर्णः स वा एष पुरुषविध एव तस्य पुरुषविधताम् अन्वयम् पुरुषविधः तस्य प्राण एव शिरः व्यानो दक्षिणः पक्षः अपान उत्तरपक्षः आकाश आत्मा पृथिवी पुच्छम् प्रतिष्ठा तदप्येष श्लोको भवति.
The food sheath, Annamaya, that is, the gross body, is supported by the life sheath or vital energy, Pranamaya. This life sheath, like the food sheath, is also in the form of a person. Prana is his head, Vyana is his right wing, Apana is his left wing, Samana is his trunk, and Udana is his support and foundation.
We say food is necessary for sustaining life. What exactly does food do? A modern scientist would give the answer in terms of energy supply, metabolism, and all that. The Vedic teacher told his student that it is food that activates the vital life principles within the body known as prana. There are supposed to be 5 of these pranas, and the teacher gives their names besides describing what they are supposed to do. While we may understand these in more modern terms, the point to note is that there is a vital energy within that makes the various internal organs do their respective work without any conscious intervention from us. For example, we keep on breathing all the time. Do we make any special effort to do so? Our heart beats all the time. Is it because of any special effort on our part? After we eat, the digestive system swings into action. Do we order it to do so? it does on its own. Seldom do we realize the wonderful things that are happening inside, most of the time without our knowledge. The student is told that it is a divine power within, hidden of course, that manifests as various remarkable actions that organs within perform. Swami sometimes calls attention to this.
Pranam deva anupranante manushya pashavaschaye prano hi bhutanamayu tasmat sarvayushamuchyate sarvamevata ayuryante ye pranam brahmopasate prano hi bhutanamayu tasmat sarvayushamuchyata ite tasyesha eva sharira atma yat purvasya tasmadvaye tasmat pranamayad.
Whatever angels or men or animals exist, all of them depend on prana for their life. Truly, prana is the life duration of the animate world. On that ground, it is regarded as the universal life. Those who contemplate on prana as Brahman assuredly attain the full span of life. For prana is the life of creatures and is therefore called the entire duration of life. The embodied self of the former one is verily this one.
Swami often says that the life principle which is in effect, what the word prana symbolizes, is a reflection of God, inasmuch as this life principle exists in all living beings without exception. The teacher implicitly advises the student not to look down upon any form of living being. God dwells in all. That is why Swami insists that we must be kind not merely to fellow human beings, but indeed to all living beings. One who adopts such an attitude would never, for example, think of hunting, especially for pleasure, nor would he ever crave to eat meat.
Anyondara atma manomayaha tenaisha purnaha savayesha purusha vidha eva tasya purusha vidhatam अन्वयम् पुरुषविधः तस्य यजुरेव शिरः ऋग्दक्षिणः पक्षः सामोत्तरः पक्षः आदेश आत्मा अधर्वाङ्गिरसः पुच्छम् प्रतिष्ठा तदप्येष श्लोको भवते.
Other than that self consisting of prana, there is within it another self consisting of manas, by which this pranamaya self is filled. This one also is of the form of a person. Yajus is his head, Rik is his right wing, Sama is his left wing. The injunctive part of the Vedas is his trunk, and the hymns of the Atharva Veda are his support and foundation.
In this and some of the following hymns, we see how the Guru gently leads the student to look beyond the body step by step. Swami often reminds us that for the seen, the unseen is the basis. This is exactly what Krishna also taught Arjuna. Regarding the unseen, this is what Swami says. Brahman is the string that penetrates and holds together the garland of all living beings. It is the foundation of the entire universe. Note this, the foundation and the string are not visible. Only the buildings and the flowers are. But can the building exist without a foundation, and a garland without the inner connecting thread? Thus far, the Guru has directed the attention from the body to the life principle, and now he is gently leading the student on to enquiry. Such enquiry is possible only for humans. And that is because God Almighty has blessed human alone with a thinking mind. And it is the mind that the Guru now gently directs attention to.
Yato vacho nivartante aprapya manasa saha anandam brahmano vidvan na vibhedi kadachanete.
One who knows the bliss of the Brahman, whom the mind cannot comprehend and words cannot describe, sheds fear completely for all time.
The mind is remarkably powerful. Without it, all the so-called progress in science and technology that we are witnessing today would not have been possible. Yet, there are things that lie beyond the mind, and it is astonishing that thousands of years ago, the teacher told the student that God is beyond description by words and beyond the understanding of the mind, notwithstanding its enormous power. The Guru urges the disciple to be bold and seek this Supreme Being who is beyond the physical world and the mind too. The skeptic of today might ask, but is this not a complete waste of time? What's there in it for me? The Guru has the answer. The one who seeks Brahman can enjoy eternal bliss. The message is that man, instead of chasing transient pleasures, should seek that which would confer on him eternal bliss or ananda. Since this part of the Taittiriya Upanishad is essentially a roadmap to ananda, it is no surprise it is called Anandavalli.
Tasyaisha eva sharira atma yat purvasya tasmadva etasman manomayad anyondara atma vijnanamayah tenaisha purnaha sabayesha purusha vidha eva tasya purusha vidhatam अन्वयम् पुरुषविधः तस्य श्रद्धैव शिरः ऋतम् दक्षिणपक्षः सत्यमुत्तरपक्षः योग आत्मा महत्पुच्छम् प्रतिष्ठा तदप्येष श्लोको भवति.
Beyond the mind sheath, Manomaya, is the intelligence sheath, Vijnanamaya. This one is also of the form of a person, in the same way as the earlier one. Shraddha is his head, right conduct is his right wing, truth is his left wing, yoga is his trunk, maha is his support and foundation.
There is no question that man has achieved great things in the world by using the power of the mind. Yet spectacular though these achievements may appear, they are all the products of the power of the lower mind. Man is capable of much greater discovery, the discovery of the road to God. Indeed, this is what the mind ought to be really used for, the way to uninterrupted bliss. Incidentally, Swami refers to the power of the lower mind as Medha Shakti. It is Medha Shakti that is responsible for the progress in science. But beyond lies the Buddhi, which is what leads to true knowledge. The word Vijnana is often translated as science. Swami says that it is rather a mundane meaning given to the word Vijnana. What it really signifies is the pathway to Jnana, that is, true knowledge or real wisdom.
Vijnanam yajñam tanute कर्माणि तनुते पिचा विज्ञानम् देवाः सर्वे ब्रह्मज्येष्ठमुपासते विज्ञानम् ब्रह्म चेद्वेदा तस्माच्चेन्न प्रमाद्यते शरीरे पाप्मनो हित्वा सर्वान् कामान् समश्नुत इति तस्यैष एव शारीर आत्मा यत्पूर्वस्य तस्माद्वा येदस्माद्विज्ञानमयाद् अन्योऽन्तर आत्मानन्दमयः तेनैष पूर्णः स वा एष पुरुषविद एव तस्य पुरुषविधताम् अन्वयम् पुरुषविदः तस्य प्रियमेव शिरः मोदो दक्षिणपक्षः प्रमोद उत्तरपक्षः आनन्द आत्मा ब्रह्मपुच्छम् प्रतिष्ठा तदप्येष श्लोको भवति.
The agent possessing intelligence performs sacrifice and also accomplishes the various deeds. All gods worship Vijnana as Brahman, the eldest. If one contemplates on Vijnana as Brahman and never grows heedless about it, one lays aside all sins in the body and attains all desires. This one verily is the embodied self of the former one within the Vijnanamaya self, and apart from it is the self consisting of bliss, Anandamaya, by which the former is filled. This one also truly is of the form of a person. Love is his head, joy is his right wing, delight is his left wing, bliss is his trunk, and Brahman is his support and foundation.
असन्नेव स भवति असत् ब्रह्मेति वेद चेद् अस्ति ब्रह्मेति चेद्वेद सन्दमेनन्दतो विदुरुते तस्यैष एव शारीर आत्मा यत्पूर्वस्य.
If a person takes Brahman for an unreality, truly he becomes a non-entity. If he understands that Brahman is reality, in consequence of that, the wise will consider him right and good. The self embodied in that one, the Vijnanamaya self, is indeed this one, that is, the Anandamaya self.
This remark of the Guru may appear somewhat puzzling, but it can be put neatly in modern language. Let us say there is an atheist. The person does not believe in God. He says, I cannot see God and therefore God does not exist. This person denies the unseen and refuses to accept its existence on the basis of rather flimsy and superficial analysis. What the Guru is saying is that one who denies God ends up being a non-entity in spiritual terms.
अधातोनु प्रश्नाः उता विद्वानमुम् लोकम् प्रेत्य कश्चन गच्छति. आहो विद्वानमुम् लोकम् प्रेत्य कश्चित् समश्नुता सोकामयता.
Now therefore, the following questions arise in respect of what has been taught. Does anyone who has not known Brahman attain it after having departed from this world? Whether anyone who has known Brahman departing from here attain it?
This and the following hymns are best understood in the context of Swami's teachings. Swami asks, what is the purpose of life? And he gives the answer. He says, the purpose of life is to go back where you came from. From God you have come, and to God you must return. In the Gita Vahini, he says pretty much the same thing, though in slightly different words. He says, man is born so that he may not be born again, and he dies so that he may not die again. What does Swami mean by this? In brief, it is the following. Creation is a sport or leela of God. Man is part of creation, and he is set a task to get out of the maze called illusion. and return to his true abode or natural habitat, the home of God. This is possible only when man inquires into the real purpose of creation and realizes that the world is but a stage for God to conduct his exam. Man can pass that exam only when he stops looking merely at the world and starts looking beyond.
Bahusyam praja yeyete satapotapyata satapastapva idagum sarvamasrujata yadidam kincha tatsruštva tadevanupravishatu tadanupravishya satyatyaccha bhavatu niruktam cha nilayanam cha vijnanam cha satyam cha nrudam cha satyam abhavat yadidam kincha tat satyamitya chakshate tadapyesha sloko bhavati.
He, the Atman, desired, "May I become many, let me procreate myself." He brooded over himself. Having brooded, he projected all this. Whatever there is here. Having brought it forth, verily, he entered into it. Having entered it, he became both the being and the beyond. He became the defined and the undefined, the founded and the foundationless, the conscious and the unconscious, the real and the unreal, whatever else there is. He became the entire reality. For that reason, sages declare that all this is real.
Asadva idamagra asid tato vai sadajayata tadatmanaggasvayama kuruta tasmat tatsukritamujyata ite yadvaitas sukritam raso vaisaha rasagguhye vayam labdhvanande bhavate kohyevanyarka pranyad yadesha akasha anando nasyad esha hyevanandayate yada hyevaisha edasmin nadrishenatme nirukte nilayane bhayam pratishtam vindate adhaso bhayam gato bhavati yadha hyevaisha edasminnudaраmantaram kurute adhatasya bhayam bhavati tatveva bhayam vidusho manvanasya tadapyesha sloko bhavati.
In the beginning, this was indeed non-being. From that, being sprang up. That of itself assumed a self. Therefore, it is called the self-made or the well-made. He truly is the flavor, which is the essence of existence. Surely, by grasping the flavor, this one, the individual soul, becomes blessed. Who indeed would breathe? Who would remain alive if this bliss were not in the sky? Indeed, it is He, and He alone, that causes blessedness. Now, the individual soul becomes fearless only when it obtains a firm and peaceful ground on that invisible, selfless, unutterable, supportless reality. Whenever it assumes the smallest interval in that state of identity, then it has fear. That is why even a wise man has fear when he is not reflective.
The last remark, that even a wise man has fear if he is not reflective, is important. It simply means that as long as one dwells in the world of duality, one would alternate between fear and confidence. However, as Swami often points out, If one submits to the eternal self within, then one acquires true self-confidence. Incidentally, Swami uses the term Atma Vishwasam for self-confidence. It means placing the faith in the Atma. Once one surrenders, where is the question of fear at all? Again and again, Swami says, why fear when I am here? But do we pay attention? Do we try to understand what it really means? This is the question.
भेषास्माद्वातः पवते भेषोदेति सूर्यः भेषास्मादग्निश्चेन्द्रश्च मृत्युर्धावति पञ्चम इति.
Out of fear of him, the wind blows. Through fear of him, the sun shines. Through fear of him, Agni and Indra and death, the fifth, speed.
This hymn calls to mind what Krishna says in the 10th chapter of the Gita, briefly describing the glory of God. In simple terms, not a blade of grass can move unless so ordained by him.
चैषानन्दस्य मीमागुंसा भवते युवा स्यात् साधु युवाध्यायकः आशिष्टो दृढिष्ठो बलिष्ठः तस्येयं पृथिवी सर्वा वित्तस्य पूर्णा स्यात् स एको मानुष आनन्दः.
Now, this is an inquiry into bliss. Let it be supposed that there is a youth, a noble youth, in the prime of his age, most swift and alert, perfectly whole and resolute, most vigorous and of good learning, and that to him belongs the entire earth laden with all riches. Then we have in him one measure of human joy.
This and the next few hymns are most interesting. Basically, the Guru is advising the disciple to seek Brahman, who is bliss. Bliss is limitless and truly infinite. How does one describe something as vast as the infinite, who is not able to comprehend even the finite that is large? A clever psychological trick is employed. Suppose a child asks, "How big is the universe?" A smart teacher would reply, starting in terms of something that the child is quite familiar with. The teacher would say, "Take a tennis ball or maybe a football. Do you know how many such balls are required to fill the whole of the earth? It takes so many," and gives a number. Next, the teacher would say, "Let us look at the solar system. Do you know how many earths can fill the solar system? This many," and quotes a number. The exercise goes on. How many solar systems can fit into a galaxy? How many galaxies can fit into the universe? In essence, this is the scaling method that the Guru employs in slowly taking the disciple to higher and higher realms of happiness. And then the bottom line, there is something beyond all this, and that is pure divine bliss. That is truly limitless, and that exactly is what you must really aspire for, instead of settling for cheap substitutes.
ते एषतं मानुषा आनन्दाः स एको मनुष्यगन्धर्वाणामानन्दः श्रोत्रियस्य जाकामः तस्य ते एषतं मनुष्यगन्धर्वाणामानन्दाः स एको देवगन्धर्वाणामानन्दः श्रोत्रियस्य जाकामः तस्य ते येषतं देवगन्धर्वाणामानन्दाः स एकः पितॄणां चिरलोकलोकानामानन्दः.
100 such units of human joy make a single unit of joy which the human genie Gandharva possesses. A sage full of revelation and free from all cravings also possesses the same joy. 100 such units of joy which the human genie possesses makes the joy of a heavenly genie, Deva Gandharva. 100 such units of joy which the heavenly genie possesses makes the joy of the mains, Pitra, who inhabit the long-enduring world.
Shrotriyasya jakamah tasya te yeshatam pitranam chiralokanam anandah sa eka ajana janam devanam anandah. Shrotriyasya jakamah tasya te yeshatam ajana janam devanam anandah sa ekah karma devanam anandah ye karmana devanapi yante.
100 such units of joy which the mains inhabiting the long-enduring world possess make the joy of those gods who are so by birth in the Ajna heaven. 100 such units of joy which the Ajna-born gods possess make the joy of those who have become gods by their deeds.
Shrotriyasya jakamah tasya te yeshatam karma devanam anandah sa eko devanam anandah. Shrotriyasya jakamah tasya te yeshatam devanam anandah sa eka indrasya anandah. Shrotriyasya jakamah tasya te yeshatam indrasya anandah sa eko brihaspatera. Shrotriyasya jakamah tasya te yeshatam brihaspatera sa ekah prajapatera. Shrotriyasya jakamah tasya te yeshatam prajapatera sa eko brahmana anandah.
100 such units of joy which those who have become gods by their deeds make the joy of the highest gods. 100 such units of joy of the highest gods make the joy of Indra. 100 such units of Indra's joy makes the joy of Brihaspati. 100 such units of Brihaspati's joy make the joy of Prajapati. 100 such units of Prajapati's joy make the bliss of Brahma.
Shrotriyasya jakamah tasya sayaschayam purushe yaschasavaditye sa ekah saya evam vid asman lokat pretya etamannamayamatmanamupasamkramate etam pranamayamatmanamupasamkramate etam manomayamatmanamupasamkramate etam vijnanamayamaatmanamupasamkramate etamanandamayamatmanamupasamkramate tadapyesha sroko bhavate.
A sage who is a realized soul and free from all cravings possesses all these various measures of joy severally and progressively, and this bliss which is in the human being and in the yonder sun are the same. He who comprehends fully as stated above, after departing from this world, transcends the Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya and Anandamaya selves.
Yato vacho nivartante aprapya manasa saha anandam brahmano vidvan na vibhede kutascha nete edagum havavana tapate kimahagum sadhuna karavam kimaham papamakaravam ete saya evam vidya विद्वानेते आत्मानग्स्पृणुते उभे ह्येवैष एते आत्मानग्स्पृणुते य एवं वेद इत्युपनिषत्.
A man who knows Brahman, or who has realized Brahman, who is beyond the comprehension of the mind and description by words, fears nothing. The dilemma or dichotomy of right and wrong do not torment him. He transcends the oscillation between the right and the wrong, because truly he has found his redemption. This is the injunction of the Upanishads.
This hymn is a terse description of the state of oneness that lies beyond the state of duality that we are all trapped in. Every effort must be made to get out of duality. That is why Swami keeps on saying, a man with a dual mind is half blind. The Guru of olden times wraps up the Anandavalli with a brief description of the nature of one who has risen to that state that lies beyond duality.
This concludes the hymns from the Anandavalli portion of the Taittiriya Upanishad. Follows now a chant of all the verses together at normal speed.
सत्यं ज्ञानमनन्तं ब्रह्मा यो वेद निहितम्
That concludes the chant of the Anandavalli portion at normal speed. Let us now try to absorb some of its nuances, especially as revealed to us by Swami.
There are two important concepts that form a part of this Valli. The first is that Brahman is described as Satyam, Jnanam and Anantam, that is, as truth, knowledge and infinity. Swami says that Brahman, being out of this world, man finds it difficult to understand what Brahman means, while Brahman has to be actually experienced. As an interim measure, the Guru tells the disciple that God is the absolute truth. He is ultimate knowledge and He is infinite. We shall not explore these concepts here, but the seeker would do well to dig into Swami's writings for further understanding.
The second important concept that pervades this Valli is that of the 5 koshas or 5 sheets. The imagery is that when the Atma becomes embodied and takes on a human form, then 5 sheets cover it, so to speak. The seeker who wants to become one with God must penetrate or pierce through these 5 sheets. About this, Swami says, the divine power that vibrates in Annamaya Kosha or the food sheath is nothing but body consciousness. The divine power that functions in the Pranamaya Kosha or the life sheath is nervous consciousness. The divine power that shines in the Manomaya Kosha or the intelligence sheath is intelligence consciousness. And the power that pervades the Anandamaya Kosha or the sheath of bliss is nothing but the pure divine self itself.
In the Prashnotar Vahini, Swami goes much further and discusses in detail the nature of the 5 sheaths as follows. Kosha means a sheath, a case, a cover. A sword is put into a scabbard and money is kept in a treasury. The real I is similarly encased in 5 sheaths. To get at the absolute truth, one must remove these 5 sheaths. The body grew in the womb of the mother with the help of the food partaken by the mother. After birth, it is food that helps not only to sustain the body but also helps it grow. After death, the body returns to the elements and the earth which produces food. Thus, it is that the body is referred to Annamaya Kosha. The Pranamaya Kosha is basically the sheath of the 5 senses. Senses delude, and this delusion must be overcome. Beyond the Pranamaya Kosha is the Manomaya Kosha, which is the sheath of the mind. It is the mind that creates the feeling of mine and thine. It follows the senses and runs out into the world in order to experience transient pleasure. It is very unsteady and is always flitting. The body is not evident before birth or after death. The wise man thus tells himself, I always exist. I am not material. I am separate from the body. So I cannot be the Annamaya Kosha or any of the other koshas up to the Vijnanamaya Kosha. I am the witness of these koshas.
In summary, Anandavalli is a roadmap to eternal bliss. The goal of eternal bliss can be attained only when man realizes wherefrom he came and has an intense urge to return to his natural habitat. If, on the other hand, he chooses to become immersed in the world seeking pleasure, he will for sure be ever immersed in the world through repeated births. This is what is referred to in hymn number 21. Swami often calls attention to this foolishness via the teachings of Adi Shankara. and the bhajan Bhaja Govindam, which he himself sings sometimes.
It is remarkable that thousands of years ago, when compared to today, there were hardly attractions like television and so on to deflect attention and tempt humans. Vedic seers gave profound advice to their disciples. It is such teachings that gave strength to society. It is worth appreciating that except in Prashanti Nilayam, one does not hear school and college students chanting the Vedas and also following the teachings in daily life.
The Anandavalli portion concluded, we now move on to the Bhriguvalli portion, which is the last part of our rendering of the Taittiriya Upanishad.
Bhrigu The Bhrigu is essentially a repeat of the Anandvalli, but in a different format. In this, Bhrigu, the son of Rishi Varuna, asks a question of his father about Brahman. The father, who in this case also the Guru, asks the son, who is the disciple, to think, meditate, and come back with the answer. In other words, the answer is to be found by self-inquiry and not via tuition. The disciple does as told and comes back with what he thinks is the answer. The father says, go back and meditate some more. Why? Because the answer is not complete and represents only a part of the truth. The disciple goes and comes back a few times, and every time he is sent back to inquire more. However, it is not an infructuous exercise altogether, because in every attempt the disciple manages to refine the answer he found earlier, and finally there comes a stage when the disciple does not come back to report. Why? Because having found that Brahman is nothing but absolute bliss or Ananda, he becomes one with it. That in a sense is the gist of Bhrigu. In other words, it gives hints about how exactly one must inquire while seeking the ultimate truth.
We shall now, as earlier, first present the hymns of this particular Upanishad in slow chant with concurrent meaning. Occasionally, additional clarifications are included for greater clarity of understanding. When the slow chant is concluded, there will be a chant at normal speed, after which would follow the concluding remarks, wrapping up the Taittiriya Upanishad as a whole.
भृगुर्वै वारुणिः वरुणं पितरमुपससार अधीः भगवो ब्रह्मेते तस्मायेतत् प्रोवाच अन्नं प्राणं चक्षुश्रोत्रं मनोवाचमिति तगुंहोवाच यतो वा इमानि भूतानि जायन्ते येन जातानि जीवन्ते यत्प्रयन्त्यभिसंविशन्ते तद्विजिज्ञासस्व तद्ब्रह्मेति सतपोतप्यता शतपस्तप्त्वा.
The celebrated Bhrigu Varuni approached his father Varuna and prayed to him, "Revered Master, instruct me about Brahman." In pursuit of knowledge about Brahman, Varuna taught him first about food, the life principles, vital airs, sight, hearing, mind and speech. He commanded Varuni, "Seek to know Brahman, from which all the beings emerge, by which all the beings are sustained, and into which all the beings merge ultimately." Bhrigu performed penance, contemplating on his father's instruction.
The Guru says, seek to know. How does one seek? Through the observance of austerities. The word austerity is interpreted in many ways. In brief, it means here, follow the traditional path. That is, do your duty as required, perform rituals as commanded by the scriptures, but at the same time, inquire deeply about the meaning of it all. In particular, this calls for detachment from the world, while performing one's duties and looking within.
Annam brahme divyajanat annadhyeva khalvimani bhutani jayante annena jatani jivante annam prayantyabhisamvishante te tadvijñāya punareva varunam pitaramupasasara adhihi bhagavo brahmete tagum hovacha tapasa brahma vijñāsasva tapo brahmete shatapotapyata shatapastaptva.
He understood that food is Brahman, for certainly all beings here are, indeed, born from food. Having been born, they remain alive by food, and on departing, they enter into food. Having thus reflected on the true nature of food, again he approached his father, Varuna, saying, "Revered sir, instruct me about Brahman." Then the father said to him, "Seek to know Brahman through penance. Penance is Brahman." He performed austerity, and after performing austerity,
The student meditated as instructed and came to the conclusion that Brahman is food. Why did he so reason? Well, the fetus grows on account of the nourishment it receives from the mother, and the mother lives on account of food. So food is primordial. Roughly, this appears to be the reasoning. There is clearly some truth in regarding food as God, for otherwise Swami would not say food is God. Yet the Guru sends back the student to meditate more. Why? Because to state that food is God is not the whole truth. Why is that? Simple. Food has transient existence. Before creation, indeed of the earth, and the appearance of life on earth, there was no concept of food. And after the universe is dissolved, food ceases to have meaning. Reality is that which is beyond time and creation. Therefore, food cannot be the ultimate reality. That is the implied message given by the Guru.
Prano brahme divyajanat pranadhyeva khalvimani bhutani jayante pranena jatani jivante pranam prayantyabhisamvishante te tadvijñāya punareva varunam pitaramupasasara adhihi bhagavo brahmete tagum hovacha tapasa brahma vijñāsasva tapo brahmete shatapotapyata shatapastapyata.
he understood that the life principle, prana, is Brahman, for certainly all beings here are indeed born from the life principle. Having been born, they remain alive by the life principle, and on departing, they enter into the life principle. Having thus reflected on the true nature of the life principle, again he approached his father Varuna, saying, "Revered sir, instruct me about Brahman." Then the father said to him, "Seek to know Brahman through penance. Penance is Brahman." He performed austerity, and after performing austerity,
This time, The student thinks that prana, or the life principle, being superior to material food, must surely be God. Once again, the student has discovered only the partial truth, though of a better variety than earlier. But since the answer is inadequate, back the student goes for one more round of serious meditation. Why did the Guru dismiss the identification of the life principle of prana as Brahman? He did not dismiss the identification as such, but the idea that prana represents Brahman in its totality. After all, life is something within the bounds of creation. It is only after the planets emerged that life came into existence. And when the universe is dissolved, there is no question of life anymore. Therefore, this principle too, in the ultimate sense, is transient and hence not suitable for total identification with Brahman. That is the logic.
Mano Brahme Divyajanad Manaso Hyeva Khalvimani Bhutani Jayante Manasa Jatani Jivante Manah Prayantya Bisamvishante Te Tadvijñāya Punareva Varunam Pitaramupasasara Adhihi Bhagavo Brahmete Tagum Hovacha Tapasa Brahma Vijñāsasva Tapo Brahmete Shatapo Tapyata Shatapastaptva.
He understood that the mind, manas, is Brahman. For certainly all beings here are indeed born from manas. Having been born, they remain alive by manas, and on departing, they enter into manas. Having thus reflected on the true nature of manas, again he approached his father Varuna, saying, "Revered sir, instruct me about Brahman." Then the father said to him, "Seek to know Brahman through penance. Penance is Brahman." He performed austerity, and after performing austerity,
the student now reaches an interesting stage in his continued enquiry. He discovered that plants have life, and so do animals. But animals are superior to plants in that they have a brain with cognitive abilities, but with limitations. Feeling that the mind was superior to life principle or the prana, the student again submits his findings to the Guru, who commands him to meditate further. Swami Nikhilananda points out that one great deficiency of the mind is that it creates doubts. How can that which create doubts be ever identified with Brahman?
Vijñānam Brahmeti Vyajanad Vijñānātyeva Khalvimani Bhutani Jayante Vijñānena Jatani Jivante Vijñānam Prayantya Bisamvishante Te Tadvijñāya Punareva Varunam Pitaramupasasara Adhihi Bhagavo Brahmete Tagum Hovacha Tapasa Brahma Vijñāsasva Tapo Brahmete Shatapo Tapyata Satapastaptva.
he understood that the intelligence principle, Vijnana, is Brahman. For certainly all beings here are indeed born from Vijnana. Having been born, they remain alive by Vijnana, and on departing, they enter into Vijnana. Having thus reflected on the true nature of Vijnana, again he approached his father Varuna, saying, "Revered sir, instruct me about Brahman." Then the father said to him, "Seek to know Brahman through penance. Penance is Brahman." He performed austerity, and after performing austerity,
It will be noticed that step by step the student has climbed up. He is undoubtedly making progress, yet his identification of intelligence as Brahman is not adequate. Intelligence is no doubt a very high aspect of divine power, but its limitation, as Professor Radhakrishnan points out, is that it prompts the individual to seek. If it were Brahman, what more is left to seek? So, intelligence obviously cannot be Brahman in its totality. At best, it is a superior aspect of the divine, manifesting in blessed individuals.
Anando Brahmeti Vyajanad Anandadhyeva Khalvimani Bhutani Jayante Anandena Jatani Jivante Anandam Prayantya Bisam Vishante Te Saisha Bhargavi Varuni Vidya Parame Vyoman Pratisthita Ya Evam Veda Pratitishthate Annavanannado Bhavate Mahan Bhavate Prajaya Pashubhe Brahmavarchasena Mahan Kirtya.
He understood that bliss, Ananda, is Brahman. For certainly all beings here are, indeed, born from bliss. Having been born, they remain alive by bliss, and on departing, they enter into bliss. This same knowledge of Bhrigu and Varuna is founded on the highest empyrean, the supreme bliss hidden in the cave of the heart. He who thus comprehends it becomes firmly established in it. He commands food and gets the power to assimilate and enjoy it. He becomes great in progeny, in cattle, and in effulgence born of sacred wisdom. He becomes great through renown arising from righteous conduct.
The journey of discovery is over, and the disciple has discovered that bliss is God. That is also what Swami says in his song, which starts with the words, "Bliss is my food." We sing that song so often, but do we realize that Swami is giving us the truth that Bhrigu had to struggle to discover? Professor Radhakrishnan points out that Buddha gave a larger definition of food, saying that there are 5 kinds of food meant respectively for the physical, the vital, the psychological, logical, and spiritual elements that make up a human being. And of these, experiencing nirvana or ultimate bliss is the food for the spirit. Swami too has referred to food for the various senses. He says that while the food we eat is for the body, the eyes need food, the ear needs food, the mind needs food, and so on. Bhagwan adds that just as we take care not to consume contaminated food, so also we must be very particular about what we see, hear, and think. In other words, the seeker would do well not to see any evil, hear any evil, or think evil. Professor Radhakrishnan also quotes Saint Augustine, who says, quote, "Step by step was I led upwards, from bodies to the soul that perceives by means of the bodily senses, and thence to the soul's inward faculty, which is the limit of the intelligence of animals, and thence again to the reasoning faculty, to whose judgment is referred the knowledge received by the bodily senses." Unquote. After progressing thus, Saint Augustine discovers something unchangeable within, adding, quote, "And thus with the flash of one trembling glance, it," meaning the seeker, "arrived at that which is." Unquote. It is remarkable that the Lord has granted the same vision to seekers in many lands. The point simply is that enquiry must lead ultimately to that which is eternal and changeless. This enquiry is directed within and not by looking out into the world. That is an important point that the seeker would have to bear in mind. When the state of oneness is finally attained, the destination may be said to have been reached.
Annam nanindyad tadvratam prano va annam shariramannadam प्राणे शरीरं प्रतिष्ठितं शरीरे प्राणप्रतिष्ठितः तदेतदन्नमन्ये प्रतिष्ठितं स य एतदन्नमन्ये प्रतिष्ठितं वेद प्रतिष्ठते अन्नवानन्नादो भवते महान् भवति प्रजया पशुभिर्ब्रह्मवर्चसेन महान् कीर्त्या.
One should not disrespect food. This should be observed as a pious rule. Life indeed is food. The body is the eater of food. The body is set in life. Life is set in the body. Therefore, food is established in food. So he who knows and contemplates on food, which is established in food, becomes firmly established in it. He becomes an enjoyer of food, commanding plenty of food, in progeny, in cattle, and in effulgence born of sacred wisdom. He becomes great. By renown of his righteous conduct, he becomes great.
After discussing Ananda or bliss, this hymn might sound like an anticlimax. But then, this is where one must remember that the Upanishad caters to disciples of varying levels of maturity. As Swami Nikhilananda says, this and the following hymns are actually meant for less evolved students. Basically, it deals with certain aspects of the dual world. In the dual world, there is one who enjoys and there is also that which is enjoyed. In the ultimate analysis, the enjoyer is the Atma. Relentless inquiry into who is the enjoyer would finally reveal that it is the Atma that is the basis of the body that we think is the enjoyer. It may be recalled that when anyone asks sage Ramana a question, he would ask in return, who is the one asking the question? That was his way of directing attention to the basics.
अन्नं न परिचक्षेत तद्व्रतम् आपो वा अन्नम् ज्योतिरन्नादम् अप्सु ज्योतिप्रतिष्ठितम् ज्योतिष्यापः प्रतिष्ठिताः तदेतदन्नमन्ये प्रतिष्ठितम् स य एतदन्नमन्ये प्रतिष्ठितं वेद प्रतिष्ठते अन्नवानन्नादो भवते महान् भवति प्रजया पशुभिर्ब्रह्मवर्चसेन महान् कीर्त्या.
One should not reject food. That should be observed as a pious rule. Water indeed is food. Fire is the eater of food. Fire is established in water. Water is established in fire. Therefore, food is established in food. He who knows and contemplates on food, which is based on food, becomes firmly established in it. He becomes an enjoyer of food, commanding plenty of food, in progeny, in cattle, and in effulgence born of sacred wisdom. He becomes great. Through renown, arising from his righteous conduct, he becomes great.
अन्नं बहुकुर्वीत तद्व्रतम् पृथिवी वावन्नम् आकाशोन्नादः पृथिव्यामाकाशप्रतिष्ठितः आकाशे पृथिवी प्रतिष्ठिता तदेतदन्नमन्ये प्रतिष्ठितम् स य एतदन्नमन्ये प्रतिष्ठितं वेद प्रतिष्ठते अन्नवानन्नादो भवते महान् भवति प्रजया पशुभिर्ब्रह्मवर्चसेन महान् कीर्त्या.
One should produce abundant food. Let this be observed by a pious vow. The earth indeed is food. The sky is the eater of food. The sky is established on the earth. The earth is established on the sky. Therefore, food is established on food. And so he who knows and contemplates on food, which is based on food, becomes firmly established in it. he becomes an enjoyer of food, commanding plenty of food, in progeny, in cattle, and in effulgence born of sacred wisdom. He becomes great. Through renown, arising from his righteous conduct, he becomes great.
न कञ्चन वसतौ प्रत्याजक्षेत तद्व्रतम् तस्माद्यया कया च विधया बह्वन्नं प्राप्नुयात् आराध्यस्मा अन्नमित्याचक्षते एतद्वै मुखतोऽन्नगुं राद्धम् मुखतोऽस्मा अन्नगुं राध्यते एतद्वै मध्यतोऽन्नगुं राद्धम् मध्यतोऽस्मा अन्नगुं राध्यते एतद्वा अन्ततोऽन्नगुं राद्धम् अन्ततोऽस्मा अन्नगुं राध्यते य एवं वेद.
An aspirant should not refuse food to anyone at his residence. Let this be observed as a pious rule. He should therefore acquire abundant food by any means whatsoever. It is for the sake of the guest that the food has been prepared, so declare the householders. The food that is prepared and given in the best manner returns to the giver in the best manner. What is offered in the medium fashion returns also exactly so. Food prepared and offered in the lowest fashion accrues to the giver in the lowest way. He who knows this as stated gets what he merits.
The essence of this hymn is that the sooner one starts doing good, the sooner one would reap the rewards.
क्षेम इति वाचे योगक्षेम इति प्राणापानयोः कर्मेति हस्तयोः गतिरिति पादयोः विमुक्तिरिति पायो इति मानुषे समाज्ञा अथ दैवी तृप्तिरिति वृष्टौ बलमिति विद्युते यश इति पशुषु ज्योतिरिति नक्षत्रेषु प्रजातिरमृतमानन्द इत्युपस्थे सर्वमित्याकाशे.
The contemplations of Brahman associated with man consist in meditating on Brahman as safety or preservation of speech, as acquisition and preservation in prana and apana, as work in the hands, as motion in the feet, and as evacuation in the anus. The contemplation of Brahman as associated with the celestial or divine phenomena consists in meditating on Brahman as satisfaction in rain, as strength in lightning, as fame in cattle, as light in the stars, as procreation, immortality, and joy in the generative organ, and as the all in space.
This hymn and the one that follows guide the average student on how to progressively refine one's meditation. Basically, one starts by seeing the divine in the minor aspects of creation and then moves step by step to the more important and profounder aspects.
तत्प्रतिष्ठेत्युपासीत प्रतिष्ठावान् भवते तन्मह इत्युपासीत महान् भवते तन्मन इत्युपासीत मानवान् भवते तन्नम इत्युपासीत नम्यन्ते स्मै कामाः तद्ब्रह्मेत्युपासीत ब्रह्मवान् भवते तद्ब्रह्मणः परिमर इत्युपासीत पर्येणं म्रियन्ते द्विषन्तः सपत्नाः पर्ये प्रिया भ्रातृव्याः.
Should one meditate upon it as the foundation of all, one becomes well-founded. Should one meditate on it as greatness, one becomes great. Should one meditate on it as mind, one becomes endowed with mindfulness. Should one meditate on it as obeisance, all objects of desire bend down before him. Should one meditate on it as the Supreme Lord or as the Veda, one becomes the possessor of supremacy or Vedic wisdom. Should one meditate on it as destructive power, his hating foes and unfriendly enemies die around him.
Sayaschayam purushe yaschasavaditye sayekaha saya evam vid asman lokat pretya etamannamayamatmanamupasangramya etam pranamayamatmanamupasangramya etam manomayamatmanamupasangramya etam vijnanamayamaatmanamupasangramya etamanandamayamatmanamupasangramya iman lokan kamanni kamarupyanu sancharan etat samagayam naste.
This one who is here in man and that one yonder in the sun are one and the same. He who knows thus, on departing from this world, transcends successively the selves consisting of Anna, Prana, Manas, Vijnana and Ananda, transverses these worlds, enjoying food at will and assuming forms at will, and remains singing the following suman.
Basically, what this hymn says is that one who has meditated successfully and realized what is to be realized would, on shedding the physical body, become one with Brahman. Swami Nikhilananda says, quote, "The knower of Brahman becomes the all." How does the knower of Brahman become the all? The Upanishad answers the question thus: by realizing that one and the same Atman is man and the sun, he disassociates all inferiority and superiority with Atman. He transcends one by one the sheets of food, the prana, etc., created by avidya, and becomes one with Brahman, which has been described as reality, knowledge and infinity. Unquote.
Havu, havu, havu. Ahamannam, ahamannam, ahamannam. Ahamannado, ohamannado, ohamannadaha. Ahaggasloka kridahaggasloka kridahaggasloka krita. Ahamasmi pradhamajarutasya purvam devebhyo amrutasya na bhaye yo ma dadade saye devama vaha ahamannamannamadandamadmi aham vishwambhuvanamapyabhavam suvarna jyoti ya evam veda ityupanishad.
Oh wonderful, oh wonderful, oh wonderful. I am food, I am food, I am food. I am the food eater, I am the food eater, I am the food eater. I am the food composer, I am the food composer, I am the composer. I am the firstborn of the world order. I exist even prior to gods, and I am the center and source of immortality. Who gives me away has protected me. I, the food, eat him who eats food all for himself. I have overcome the whole world. I am as splendorous as the sun. He who knows this has the results mentioned.
This is a song of joy and celebration in which the one who has realized exults after there is nothing other than him. It is pertinent to recall in this context what the blessed Lord says in the Gita via the slokam in the 4th chapter that we all chant before partaking our meals, that is the Brahmarpanam slokam. In that, Lord Krishna reminds us that He is the offering that is made to the fire. He is the fire. He is the deity that is supposed to be the postman carrying the offering. And He also is the one who finally receives the offering. That is the Lord stating the eternal truth. Here it is the one who has realized who is declaring his discovery.
This brings to an end the slow chant of the hymns of the Bhrigu Valli. You will now hear a chant of these mantras at normal speed.
Gurvai Varunihi
Varunam Pitaramupasasara
Adhihi Bhagavo Brahmeti
Tasmahetat Provacha
Annam Pranam Chakshusrotram Manobachamiti
Ragumbhovacha
Yato va imani bhutani jayante
Yena jatani jivanti
Yat prayantyabhisamvishanti
Tadvijijñāsasva
Tad brahmeti
Satapotapyata
Satapastapva
Annam brahme divyajana
Annadhyeva khalbhimani bhutani jayante
Annena jatani jivanti
Annam prayantyabhisamvishanti
Tadvijñāya
Punareva varunam pitaramupasasara
Adhihi bhagavo brahmeti
Tagum hovacha
Tapasa brahma vijijñāsasva
Tapo brahmeti
Satapotapyata
Satapastapva
Prano brahme divyajana
Pranadhyeva khalvimani bhutani jayante
Pranena jatani jivanti
Pranam prayantyabhisamvishanti
Tadvijñāya
Punareva varunam pitaramupasasara
Adhihi bhagavo brahmeti
Tagum hovacha
Tapasa brahma vijijñāsasva
Tapo brahmeti
Satapotapyata
Satapastapva
Mano brahme divyajana
Manasokyeva khalvimani bhutani jayante
Manasa jatani jivanti
Manam prayantyabhisamvishanti
Tadvijñāya
Punareva varunam pitaramupasasara
Adhihi bhagavo brahmeti
Tagum hovacha
Tapasa brahma vijijñāsasva
Tapo brahmeti
Satapotapyata
Satapastapva
Vijñānam brahme divyajana
Vijñānādhyeva khalvimani bhutani jayante
Vijñānena jatani jivanti
Vijñānam prayantyabhisamvishanti
Tadvijñāya
Punareva varunam pitaramupasasara
Adhihi bhagavo brahmeti
Tagum hovacha
Tapasa brahma vijijñāsasva
Tapo brahmeti
Satapotapyata
Satapastapva
Anando brahme divyajana
Anandadhyeva khalvimani bhutani jayante
Anandena jatani jivanti
Anantam prayantyabhisamvishanti
Saisha bhargavi varuni vidya
Parame vyoman pratisthita
Ya evam veda pradidishthate
Annavanannado bhavati
Mahan bhavati prajaya pashubhirbrahmavachasena
Mahan kirtya
Annam na nindya
Tadvratam
Prano va प्रतिष्ठितम्
शरीरे प्राणप्रतिष्ठितः
तदेतदन्नमन्ये प्रतिष्ठितम्
स य एतदन्नमन्ये प्रतिष्ठितं वेद प्रतिष्ठति
अन्नवानन्नादो भवति
महान् भवति प्रजया पशुभिर्ब्रह्मवर्चसेन
महान् कीर्त्या
अन्नं न परिचक्षीत
तद्व्रतम्
आपो वा अन्नम्
ज्योतिरन्नादम्
अप्सु ज्योति प्रतिष्ठितम्
ज्योतिष्यापः प्रतिष्ठिता
तदेतदन्नमन्ये प्रतिष्ठितम्
स य एतदन्नमन्ये प्रतिष्ठितम् वेद प्रतिष्ठति
अन्नवानन्नादो भवति
महान् भवति प्रजया पशुभिर्ब्रह्मवर्चसेन
महान् कीर्त्या
अन्नम् बहुकुर्वीत
तद्व्रतम्
पृथिवी वा अन्नम्
आकाशो नादः
पृथिव्यामाकाशः प्रतिष्ठितः
आकाशे पृथिवी प्रतिष्ठिता
तदेतदन्नमन्ये प्रतिष्ठितम्
स य एतदन्नमन्ये प्रतिष्ठितं वेद प्रतिष्ठति
अन्नवानन्नादो भवति
महान् भवति प्रजया पशुभिर्ब्रह्मवर्चसेन
महान् कीर्त्या
न कञ्चन वसतौ प्रत्याचक्षीत
तद्व्रतम्
तस्माद्यया कया च विधया भक्वन्नं प्राप्नुया
आराध्यस्मा अन्नमित्याचक्षते
एतद्वै मुखतो नगुं राद्धम्
मुखतो स्म अन्नगुं राध्यते
एतद्वै मध्यतो नगुं राद्धम्
मध्यतो स्म अन्नगुं राध्यते
एतद्वा अन्ततो नगुं राद्धम्
अन्ततो स्म अन्नगुं राध्यते
यगेवं वेद
क्षेम इति वाची
योगक्षेमगिति प्राणापानयो
धर्मेति हस्तयो
गतिरिति पादयो
विमुक्तिरिति पायौ
इति मानुषी समाज्ञा
अथ दैवी
तृप्तिरिति वृष्टौ
बलमिति विद्युति
यश इति पशुषु
ज्योतिरिति नक्षत्रेषु
प्रजातिरमृतमानन्द इत्युपस्ते
सर्वमित्याकाशे
तत्प्रतिष्ठेत्युपासीत
प्रतिष्ठावान् भवति
तन्मह इत्युपासीत
महान् भवति
तन्मन इत्युपासीत
मानवान् भवति
तन्नम इत्युपासीत
नम्यन्ते स्मै कामाः
तद्ब्रह्मेत्युपासीत
ब्रह्मवान् भवति
तद्ब्रह्मण परिमर इत्युपासीत
पर्येण म्रियन्ते दुषन्तः सपत्ना
पर्ये प्रिया भ्रातृव्याः
यश्चायम् पुरुषे
यस्यासावादित्ये
स एकः
स यगेवं विद
अस्मान् लोकात् प्रेत्य
एतमन्नमयमात्मानमुपसङ्क्रामति
एतं प्राणमयमात्मानमुपसङ्क्रम्य
एतं मनोमयमात्मानमुपसङ्क्रम्य
एतं विज्ञानमयमात्मानमुपसङ्क्रम्य
एतमानन्दमयमात्मानमुपसङ्क्रम्य
इमान् लोकान् कामान्नि कामरूप्यनुसञ्चरन्
एतत् सामगायं नास्ते अहमन्नमहमन्नम् Ahamannam.
Ahamannado. Hamannado. Hamannadaha.
Ahaguslo gagridahaguslo gagridahaguslo gagrite.
Ahamasmi prathamajārita.
Purvam devebhyo amrutasya na bha'i.
Yo ma dadati sai devama.
Ahamannamannamanandamadmi.
Aham vishvam bhuvanamabhyabhava.
Suvarna jyoti.
Ya evam veda.
Ityupanishad.
Sahana bhavatu.
Sahano bhunaktu.
Saha vijam karavavahai.
तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै.
Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
And now, some remarks by way of wrapping up the Bhrigu Valli and indeed the Taittiriya Upanishad. First, we shall hear what Swami has to say about it.
Swami says, quote, "The Anand Valli and Bhrigu Valli are very important for those seeking Brahmagyan or knowledge of Brahman. It is in the nature of things that avidya or ignorance prompts men to crave for plentiful fruits through the performance of actions. This craving produces despondency when there is failure, and such attachment binds further, making it even more difficult to become free. Even though the turmoil called life, involving birth, decay, and death is frightening, man finds that the clutches of attachment are difficult to shake off. Change is the sign of untruth, while constancy or changelessness is the sign of truth. Brahman is truth, that is to say, it is changeless. The universe that is projected out of Brahman is subject to change. All objects subject to change come within the purview of the intellect. Here, the knower, that which is to be known, and the process of knowing appear separate. But beyond, there is oneness, that is Brahman. The Taittiriya Upanishad exhorts you not to swerve from the path of duty and learning. Listening, rumination, and meditation are the three steps in realization. Listening refers to the Vedas, which have to be revered in faith and learnt by heart from a guru. Rumination of what is learnt fixes the notion of a Brahman in the mind. Meditation helps in the single-minded attention on the principle so installed in the mind. The Brahmavalli teaches, while the Bhrigu proves by experience." Unquote.
A common feature of the Vedas and the Upanishads is that they extol and express adoration for the Supreme One. In simple language, they sing the praise of the formless God who is omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient as well. In technical language, they are hymns dedicated to Nirakara Brahma, or the formless aspect of Brahman, the Supreme.
But God also manifests, and when He does so, He is described as God with form, or Sakar Brahman. The avatar is nothing but Sakar Brahman. Krishna was that, and so is our beloved Swami. At the beginning of the 12th chapter of the Gita, Arjuna asks Krishna, in what form must he be worshipped? Is it as the formless God or God with form? Pat comes the answer. For you, worship of God with form is much easier, and how to worship the avatar. That is also answered by Krishna. In the 18th chapter, he says, quote, taking total refuge in me and surrendering unconditionally to me, relinquish to me all thy actions flowing from thy natural dharma. I shall absolve thee of all sins, worry not. Unquote. Total surrender, that is the bottom line.
Dear listener, while appreciating, enjoying, and admiring the Vedas and the Upanishads, which we all must do on account of their universality and wonderful meaning, we would also do well to realize two important facts.
The first is that we are specially blessed to have a much simpler path to become one with God, the path of total surrender. Nothing can be simpler. We simply lead a normal life, doing as much good as possible all the time, and every single thing we do, we offer to Swami. We do that, and he takes care of everything else. What an offer!
The second and incredibly important point is that Vedas seldom speak explicitly about God as love. We, on the other hand, have the blessing of not only seeing love in action day after day, but also experiencing it personally in all its infinite variety. What a blessing! It has been our privilege to bring this recording to you, and we express our gratitude to our beloved Swami for giving us this opportunity and conferring on us this blessing. Jai Sai Ram.